Dan?
Yeah, Ben told me just to take a gander because you're putting extra here.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Chris Lloyd's big enough? I mean, this is a fucking mess. That makes sense. This is not my forte.
Yeah.
Just put chicken places. But I mean, we can, it's just more.
Art Benjamin is here.
Wants to do that.
Somehow.
Hey, John.
Hello, Art.
Are you guys playing there? I have,
Where?
straight through this wall.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I have to do my daily copy.
You stopped for some reason.
You're a different kind.
Well, one second, you are a magician.
Yeah, different kind.
So
It looks good, Nick. It's fine.
Oh, cool.
can I
Okay.
just tell you? I know Rich is going to write it up. The work you did for the new format payout structure for the 3-player playoff.
Oh, I was proposing it, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be used, and it makes sense. But I think it can be a difficult explanation for non-math people.
Well, I don't know what I was just giving you the explanation to Rich, so.
Okay, so what he told me was the 1/10 and 1/12. And the way
Yeah, depending on the payout
yeah,
structure.
right. Swiss or non-Swiss.
Right.
The way I think about it in my head is, well, first of all, we only have to worry about first place. Because if you get first place to the 1/3 equity, then the other two are automatically going to be 1/3.
By symmetry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
If
why you only have to show the one person in the
Right,
last
right,
box. I agree.
right. So there's 3 people, 3-2-1 payout structure. What I have always done is said, okay, there's $200 each, so $600. What is first in my head? I think $200 per person.
That math.
$600 prize pool just divides equally
Oh,
to
okay.
3-2-1 6 portions, right?
Uh-huh.
So what is first place's equity? 50% of 300 and 50% of 200.
Right.
So that's 250, which is more than it should be. It should only be 200,
Okay.
right?
Mhm.
So how much do we have to take away from first place?
Oh, right.
You have to take away
Oh, I see.
$50, which is 20% of
Sure.
the 250,
Sure.
and you just take that money and split it equally between second and third.
In other
of the
words,
other
if
two
there were
places.
no adjustment, it would be worth 250, but so as to make it fair, we have to take away.
Just take away, if you take away,
Is that 25%?
no, 20% of 250 is 50.
Right.
You have to take away 20% of 250 to get down to,
Right.
or add 25% to get up to 2.
Right.
But we're taking away 20%. If you take away 20% out of the price pool, then the,
10%.
Rory's talking about some shit instead of letting Art play the match.
oh, I didn't know they had a match right now.
Can you take care of
I
this,
didn't
Dan?
Makes sense. Good.
It really
But
could. Yeah.
that's
another.
how.
It's another good variation.
He's doing it again. Yeah.
He was really being extremely eloquent. We were all hanging on the edge of our seats.
I was. All right.
So I
Yeah, good explanation.
Yeah, so it's through the doors over there and then around. I have you on the orange checkers if that's okay. On the bottom. Yeah. Oops. Sniffled on a microphone. My bad. What's up, everybody? Maybe you can hear me. You can let me know. I think it looked like the mics are good. But yeah, we've got in the Masters jackpot coming up an 11-point match between Art Benjamin playing the orange checkers on bottom and Jack Edelson playing the black checkers on top. Hopefully they sit how I organized them. Hello, first. You're good at getting in there first. Should have a full streaming schedule today. I think we've got lots of Masters jackpot action all the way up to the dinner break and probably continuing after. Maybe there'll be doubles at some point. I'm not sure exactly what that'll look like, but full schedule for the rest of the weekend. I'm expecting to be here like morning to dinner break and then after dinner break till I go to bed and then wake up and do more. So we're going to open with a 6-3 for Jack. Presumably he's going to be splitting here. And aces is going to make the 7 and the 5. We get the point on head. Very nice roll. Ace 6 cannot hit back. The 6 is a little awkward. It's going to have to slot something. Maybe we just play with less blots and come to the 4, but slotting the bar shouldn't be bad either. 2-6 doesn't get to construct much either. Feels like with the prime, we have some incentive to start working the back checkers as well while we have the better board as well. But maybe given that we're still slightly down in the race and have the better prime, we can just stick to that plan and not open up in an attack as well. Both seem okay, but okay, 2 down, favored play. This is just a little too provocative, apparently. No need to give him the extra 6-3, 6-2, 6-4 kind of hit and cover numbers. 4s. I think it feels like this should want to make the 2 and the 4, but then we have an extra one after that. Hitting on the ace feels a little bit too soft here. Oh, they moved our sofa? How could they? Oh, they did rearrange the whole living room I created. Yeah, this is tough. I don't know what to do with the last one regardless of what you do, but maybe 13-9 is my last one after making 2 points. But look at this. Jack finds the best play and hitting loose here too. Okay, nice one. And 4-1, was that what was rolled? Or did he fan? Looks like he fanned. And a 4-1 is going to want to cover the ace, yeah, over hitting on the bar, I do believe. Blitz continues, 2-1 cannot clean up. It's going to come in on the 23 and probably get rid of the blot 8-7, yeah, I like this. And it feels like, okay, Jack's still behind enough structure to not really have a cube here, yeah, but wins a lot of gammons when it works. 6-2 gets to hit and split, beautiful. And we have a 3-6 cannot hit back. So what doesn't want to do? It's way down in the race, so I don't think we really want mobility. Probably just get rid of a blot 11-5 again and just don't give our opponent so much to work with. Oh, we can tempo hit on the ace, okay. That's an interesting idea to slow down the attack. Feels strange when we have the bar point made in priming structure. So I'm not sure, you know, yeah, I think this second best play makes a lot of sense to me. 5-4 is going to get to continue the blitz. I think we'll keep the 8 point and just make the deuce here, but oh, he's going to make the 3 instead. Better point, okay. And 2-5 is finally going to get to make the anchor. Not a whole lot to do with the 5. Yeah, he's going to play it down in front, sure. Oops. And 3-2. 3-2 gets to anchor and just slot, sure, why not? We have to leave the blot there anyway. 4-4 what can this do? Can't cover the 8, can't really get rid of that blot, but we can make the 9 point, which is a nice blocking point against the 22, so I think I like this play, yeah. 6-2 gets to cover, a little bit for everybody. 5-2 can cover twice. I don't think we're in any rush to come off the 23 with this 20 plus pip deficit. I think we're just waiting this out. And what does Jack have? He has a slightly better anchor, but he's behind a lot of structure, so I don't think if he's even favored, not by much. Yeah, the timing actually more relevant here. 6-2 cannot run, just going to safety the blot. And Art looking to take over outfield control before he loses his prime. 5-2 is fine for making a point behind in case Jack runs, though. And Jack looking for a 5 up, no such luck, but he doesn't destroy his board yet, so that part's nice. 4-2 still can't escape. I think this is going to have to give up a point. Really unfortunate to let 6s out, but I can't see destroying our board or volunteering shots or anything like this. So a little bit more hope for Jack. Now that the prime is crumbling, he's going to think about cashing or sending a cube on his racing lead. Still barely really ahead against this strongest structure and no timing himself. Even when he runs with a 6 or a 5, he can be attacked and lose pretty easily that way. So yeah, very little working for him right now. 6s or 5s would work. Hopefully Doc can configure for or confirm for me that he can hear me. That'd be cool. He or she. Okay, just run it all the way. Not much to do with that. 4-2 is a perfect shot, closing the 6 prime for Art. And so there's still a little bit of work to do, so I'm not sure. I mean, the question is probably too good now, but I think we can roll poorly if we don't roll a 5 or a 6, and there's not that many gammons yet, so I'd be inclined to cash it. Yeah, just a little bit shy of too good. Not by too much, though. Still a bit of a miracle to have to like break your 7 and lose the game somehow after that, so I think it's fine to play on. 6-5. runs both out? Yeah, sure. It seems fine. Neither is in direct range, so I was thinking about going all the way to get a direct 2. But this seems fine too. 5-4 is a little bit too far. Can bring 2 checkers into direct range of hitting that blot on the 10. Oh, we should slot the ace. Oh yeah, that's a good idea to buy timing too. Just being recirculated should help us find more blots to win gammons. My first instinct was just what Art's going for though. One five. Ah, this is the issue with Art's play as well, is that the ace-5 allows him to escape past, break contact, so now he really needs to be recirculated. Would have been nice to stay back further and not let that block get to safety. Ace-deuce is going to give him a chance to go pick things up again. He's got plenty of timing where he still doesn't need to worry about cashing this now. It should be fairly clearly too good at this point. Fans, that's a good result for Art. Wants to wait for shots first. And Jack's going to bury a checker to the ace instead of keeping them all alive. Okay. 5-4 is going to volunteer. And 5-3 hits. Okay. Art on his way to a gammon 2. Yeah, I like the 9-6 to prepare to attack on the ace and not allow the anchor. No such luck. Looking for an ace to hit there, and now we're going to have to think about eventually trap plays if we can figure it out to win a gammon here. Try to let our opponent off the 24 somehow. I think probably just running from the 20 makes a lot of sense since our opponent's going to clean that up. Wasn't sure if we want to play 12-6, but I guess why not? Of course, we'd be looking to smooth out and get spares on the 5 or the 4 instead. But staying back to cover the blot is not worth much. It's always going to escape here. 2-1, so I think I like 6-5, 6-4 here. I'm not sure about clearing the bar, though it does allow our opponent to run with the 6. I don't know if we're ready for that trap yet. I think we want him to crack a little more first. Oh, and we do open up the double 6s that are just going to win this game now. And I think cube coming next roll. Oh, 6s gets back in it, though. Is there enough wastage? Yeah, I think there must be enough wastage for Art to still be a big favorite here. Yeah, 70-30. 5-4, but Jack's got life here. And so, but I guess a cube's coming for sure now. We're obviously no longer too good, but maybe it's not good enough to send it actually. 73%, I think so, but this is tricky. This is going to be a difficult one to evaluate, but if you had to pick your person to evaluate a racing cube here, an EPC situation like this, I think Art's your guy. So I expect him to come up with something pretty accurate. I haven't seen his article on how to estimate these things. Maybe he's talking about it over the board right now, and I should just be quiet. But he has done some extensive work on exactly this scenario from like a very mathematical perspective, and I don't know if anyone in the world knows this as well as him. So I'm excited to get to this one, and I hope he gets it right. It shows us the value of his EPC system. It can be a little bit difficult to estimate. Yeah, there we go. Finds the cube pretty easily. See what Jack comes up with. Can be a little bit harder to estimate the EPC for Jack's position since there's a checker outside and XG does not give us a number for that. So we can't check our estimates against like the exact number in that sense. But I'm sure he still has something that works that he's convinced himself. It's good enough. Okay, 5-5, Jack right back in this. And right back out of it. Needs Art to miss on deuces and things like that. 5-1, okay, there's our first miss. Oh, there we go. Picks up another roll there. So 4-roll position and a deuce now, okay. So this is a lot of life for Jack now. I mean, I don't think he can be the favorite yet. Oh, he is actually slightly the favorite because he can roll a set where his opponent can just roll a 2 somewhere along the way, and he does it immediately, and Jack's going to have a double and pass here. Usually it's going to lead to a claim like this, yeah. 2 points earned the hard way for Jack. 11 away, 9 away. Oh, cool. We have a USBGF logo right in the center of the board. Did that just show up there? Is that new?
Looks like it's a part of the screen and not on the actual board.
Right, right. That just showed. I'm not imagining that that just showed up.
I mean,
Was it there the whole
I was there
game?
last night. It's been there the whole game.
It's been there the whole match already.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see it. How is that possible? It's like right on the checker. I feel like that must have just gotten added right now, but okay.
Yeah, oh yeah, you can see it's not on the screen when
Yeah.
arms underneath it.
Of course. So usually when we hit 8 to 7, we like to unstack from the 13 as well, but split should be fine. They're both very close. 5-6 is going to enter and hit. And 2-6 gets to fight for the bar point a little bit longer and for the tempo and initiative. 5-2 is going to hit back again. Oh, we should just anchor and clean up because we have less checkers back. Okay. Yeah, totally reasonable to make this play as well, but... Okay, 5s is going to punish that. I think it's going to hit twice. Just come all the way around to the 5. We could link up and make points, but I mean, it's just so nice to fight for that high point. Three, 6, not a lot to do with this roll. Oh, just enters 1, okay. So clear initiative for Art here. Creeping up on a cube already. 5-2 gets to point on head. Okay, not exactly what we're thinking of doing after we slot the 5 point, but it'll work to put another checker in the air. And now I feel like we probably, yeah, we're like right on the cusp, trailing here. Art's not really slowing down to think about it yet, and this could be easily a market-losing sequence, putting one in the air and having the anchor. Yeah, we're threatening to make the 5 point for sure. Okay, so we're entering 2 is pretty strong for Jack and making the anchor. 4-1. I don't think it's worth continuing the attack now that we have the racing lead, so I think I would just clean up 8 to 7 and 24 to 20, but I guess with a better board, maybe we were supposed to hit 6 to 5 and unstack, actually. Yeah, unclear. Interesting. Oh, we can play the 13 to 9 to duplicate 4s. That's always fun. Nice tactical opportunity to put pressure on that back blot. 5-2. It's down in the race a lot, so does it really want to run? I'm tempted to play 13-8, 6 to 4 and just kind of stay put here. I don't think we want to simplify contact here when we're down this much. I think we really need to find an anchor. Nice play from Jack, I think. 6-3 doesn't do a whole lot. I think it's probably just going to come around to the 11. The only safe play would be 7 and 3, and that just looks a little too stiff for me. Not too scary to run like this when our opponent has a blot behind as well. 5-4 gets to make the anchor, and sure, slot another point behind. 2 what? 4-2? Yeah, probably best we can do with it is make another landing point in the outfield. Just trying to find a safe ride home. Aces can make the 3 and advance 8 to 7, probably, yeah, like that. And 5-1. Okay, nothing comfortable to do with this roll now. If we tempo, we don't have an ace, so maybe our best with it is just to give up the 13 right now. (3-1) gets to hit and probably step up after that, I think. 24 to 20. Not sure if we want a dilly builder on the 3, but it's not unreasonable. It's a little too deep, and we'd like to focus on making the 4 point and attacking on the 5 if he leaves, all these kinds of things. And really, we're getting close enough in the race, too, where mobilizing that checker on the 24 is worth something. So I think I like this quite a bit better. (6-5) is probably just going to pop right out into a double shot, but no other 6 we want to play on the board. So this will keep all of our structure in place. 6-4 reaches because we stepped up with the 3. There we go. We're covering the outfield better. That's why we made that play. 1-2 can enter deep for contact and start the 4. Sure, why not? And now anybody's game here with dueling 20 points. No real racing advantage. Aces, I guess, is going to want to make a blocking point somehow. Maybe we can just play 13 to 11 twice. Not sure what else to do with it. Okay, yeah, advancing to the 10 seems okay here too. The distribution of 7 to 6 is probably a little bit over safe in such a close game here. 3-1. Could make the 4 point, and then we don't have an ace, but the ace 24 to 23 sees the light, so I think actually that's fine to step up there. Oh, you're just going to play all the way to the 20? Okay, totally reasonable for mobility as well. But it is nice to get that board ready for the inevitable contact that comes with a close mutual holding game like this. 6-4, it feels early to leave the anchor in such a close race. I think it'd be better to give up the 10, start a point. I don't see anything better than that, yeah. Okay, starting the deuce in option 2. But this just opens up an entire attacking game plan that you don't have and now your opponent does. So very rare that in a close race we want to leave the anchor like this. 6-3 I think should come out to the 14 and cover the point probably. Making the ace seems okay too. A board point is a board point, but I think why not come out and provoke and make the pure situation too. 4-1 cannot escape now that we've run off the anchor, so we're going to be under attack. But it can make another blocking point. That's not too bad. Yeah, restrict the movement and make Art regret a little more not coming off with that spare checker on the 20 last roll. 6-5, okay, no trouble. Can just come around and link up. Very close race. Somehow orange is an underdog here. That's interesting. Would have thought with the anchor he's good. Oh, whoever's on roll is the underdog apparently. 4-3, so here we are where Art has the option to attack in a close race with the better board with the anchor, so I think that's going to be worth it. Maybe 6-3 with it. So he can continue on to the deuce and leave the shot there. Yeah, let's returns from the bar, sure. Seems okay. Five one enters high and can shuffle 10 to 9. Only available ace really. Sixes is just going to escape to a winning race, and this game is going to be over. 5-4 can run, but it's not enough. 26 pips down is just too much. In fact, he should stay for contact for his best hope in this game. I don't think, yeah, maybe we're not technically too good. No gammons here really, but just no way to take a 26 pip racing deficit. And 10 away, 9 away. Four one to start, splitting pretty standard. 4-3, the tempo hit is okay here, I think, yeah. Hit and split. Double twos is going to punish maximum. And after those, I guess her last one could step up for an anchor, bring another piece of ammunition in the zone with 2 on the bar. Seems pretty strong too, though. No real returns at that. 5-4 enters 1, and all kinds of material in the zone, all kinds of threats. This seems like a clear cube. I don't know if we can pass it this early. 10 in the zone, though. Racing advantage. More checkers back. He's got everything, so we got to think about letting it go. Yeah. Yeah. Lots of gammons when this works. Easy pass for Jack. Hard in these opening sequences. This is like the 5th roll for it to be too big of a pass, but we found one here. Clean game from both. 9 away, 9 away. 3-1 to open for Art. 3-2 usually likes to split minor. Yeah, nice find by Jack. He knows this one. Don't want to provoke up on the edge of the structure, but 3s is going to punish that. I think it should just play down and focus on offense still. Oh, we can step up though, but we're pointing on head for sure. Both very close, yeah. I would prioritize having the 10th checkers in the zone to have real threat here, but this is going to be enough for a cube again and probably a pass, yeah. 5th roll again. Jack's going to let it go again. And on we go to 8 away, 9 away. Looks like a cocked die. 5-2 to open. Standard split in the opening. And 6-3. Yeah, this can hit. And I think I would split since we unstacked the 6 to hit. Oh, interesting. Just running is better here, though. I would not have known that one. Seems like Jack remembers, though. Nice. Oh, yeah. What happened with 5-4 here? Somehow he made the anchor because he thought he was on the bar. And so he took the checker off the 8 to make it. That's funny. This can just run a checker to safety with a small racing lead, though. Beautiful shot. Art happy to link up in a containing point on the 10 here, 6-2. Probably best he can do is just run, even though it's a close race. Tough to run when the upside is like a 50-50 game and the downside is a clear deficit in the race, but everything else is like slotting and risking even more race, so I think it's the best we can do. Probably some sort of duplication there too. 5-2, maybe, I guess he's down in the race so he can just stay back and slot points. Yeah, that's fine. Stepping up to the 22 would be the preferred play for escaping. 3-1 has to leave a shot with the ace anyway, so yeah, might as well make the best board point. Have a board advantage now too. Looks like just about all the 4s that hit are going to be able to cover, maybe all the aces as well. So the blot on the 9 is definitely vulnerable, but okay, 6-5 going to escape. Small racing lead. So small advantage for Jack to play this way. Should be a pretty simple game, though. Art should be getting to safety and have plenty of race himself here, too, and just no contact race. We'll be calculating with formulas and such. (6-4), okay. So basically one effective pip lead for Art. You can see a very small percentage disadvantage for Jack, so small percentage disadvantage for Art. 4 down and 3 in, okay. Maintaining his lead. 3-1 is going to fall behind a little bit more, but I don't think enough to bring a cube. Yeah, dead even race before the roll, so this is going to be shy. But the 4 pips is worth something. Maybe the distribution and crossovers are a little better somewhere too for Art. 3s is going to take a big lead. And 6-3, okay, this is going to keep him in it at least. And I don't think 3 pips is enough for a cube yet either. We want to be within 3 pips of the point of last take, which should be around 13 pips in this length of a race. I'll explain that formula if I get a second, but they're going to be playing fast or just like bear off decisions like this. 4s is going to turn it around completely. No cube decisions for anyone after this one. But breaking contact called for now that we're ahead, that's for sure. And 6-2. Fairly even. I like the 6 into the 4 for distribution. Maybe we could play a 6-4 with it or something too. 6-5, okay, Art's starting to get enough of an advantage where if Jack rolled his worst, he could have a cube next time, but likely has plenty to work with. And 4-2 is going to be enough to keep the cube off, I do believe. Just a 4 pip lead in a 89 pip race should be a 10 pip point of last take, so we're not within 3 yet. 2 in and a 5-1. Still holding it off at this length of race. No distribution issues for anyone, so no need to get into eyesight and things like that. But yeah, using the Trice rule 62 for that. So 4-3 is going to bring 2 in. Double 2s, 1 in, and probably, okay, he has the perfect distribution. Is that what we're pointing out here? 6-5, 2 off, okay. Getting to be a serious advantage there. 6s is going to catch it right up.
2 pip counting geniuses.
5-4. This should be enough to have a take for sure. Do we have enough for a cube though? So in a 55 pip race, now I'm using the other side of 62, which is -7 for 48. 49ers, so like 6 pip. Yeah, I think we're still shy. Yep. Sorry, this was 2 what? 3-2, I guess. And 3-2 for Art. Basically same story, but the race has gotten shorter, so we do have to pause to think about it, but still not quite enough, I don't think. Oh, somehow we did something illegal and he corrected it there? Okay, cool. Or maybe he's just pointing out that he is down 1 pip. 8 pips for Jack. Okay, this is going to be enough for a cube now. And the question is going to be the take or the pass. And we're right on the borderline. Okay. Again, Art's forte, figuring out the EPC here. This is not exactly an EPC position. Not a lot of wastage here, so it should be pretty clean to just handle with regular racing formulas. The score is going to have a little bit interesting influence here. And Art is going to find the pass on that break-even side of this decision. Well done. So on we go to 8-away, 8-away.
I think they have like
4-2 to open for Art. Happily make the 4-point. 5-4 gets the split pass that made piece of structure to try to fight for the best anchor on the board. Art would be happy to hit it if he got the chance. He does not get the chance, so with the racing lead he can just run, I think. Yep. 13-9 is a compelling option though. Again, that 4 duplication is always nice, and it's 4s in a lot of places. Just running works as well. 5-1 cannot make the anchor. The ace, not sure what we want to do with that. I doubt we need to think about tempos or anything. Maybe we just play quiet 24 to 23 here. But look at this, we should actually go for the tempo hit. I'm surprised there. I probably would have found this 13-8, 24, 23, like Jack did. Tempoing when you're outboarded seems a little sketchy. Aces is about as good as it can be for Art. He's going to choose to clean up instead of making the 7. The 7 feels a little stronger, but they're very close. Making that stack of 6 is not so desirable. We're going to just be trying to fix that next roll. Okay, Jack has, last-ditch effort, trying to hit loose here. And this feels like it should be a pretty strong cube for Art with the better board, small racing lead, threatening to send a checker back. Only 8 in the zone, though. Is it enough to play? Yeah, still lots of room for Jack. Still a checker to escape, so it's not completely like full freedom or anything like this. So we'll see if Jack can figure this one out. He's not on the bar yet, which he has been in all these other early ones, but he has had to pass a lot of early game cubes like this, so maybe he's going to be antsy to pick it up this time too. 4s, we're going to enter and make the 9 3 times, I think. No way to attack. It would be nice to be taking him off the board right now, but this is pretty good as well. I don't think he'd throw this roll back. 6-5, cannot escape a checker, but it can cover the deuce. I guess that's the best we got with it. I guess we could cover and start the 3-2. I don't think we want to jump out and provoke contact on the bar here. I think it's a little too scary against this 3-point board and 11 checkers in the zone. And so, very good sequence for Art following sending the cube. Aces, we got a game plan decision now. I think switching to the blitz makes a lot of sense with 11 in the zone, taking him off the board completely. What is this? Double 4s is going to make him regret that. Enters at the edge. And I guess it should attack here as well now that he has an anchor. Art looking for a 3 from the bar. What does 1-4 do? I guess it can step up and get out of the way of that blot on the 22. It takes the pressure off it too. So it goes both ways there. 5-3 gets to cover 2 points for Jack. That looks like a pretty nice outcome. Yeah. And a close race too, so he doesn't have to do anything too crazy about attacking. 4-2, doesn't want to get, we're hit with 3s and aces where we are, and just 2s, I guess, when we run. So I think this makes sense. We have our structure to just run. Close race. 4-3 misses. I think Giving up the midpoint seems okay. I'm playing deep in the board. I don't know. Checker is misplaced on the 4, and usually when that's the case, I'm ready to give up the midpoint instead. But it's okay. 5-4 looks like it's going to play into the 5. I don't think we want to stack up the 9 point here. That's a pretty close option, though. It's not like the checker is so well placed on the 5. 2-1 gets to cover and just shuffle the checker in the board. Yep. Waiting for contact. 3-1, I think it's better to stack up the 9 now than to stack up the 5. But generally looking to play safe against Jack's 5-point board. Jack is going to release the midpoint. And, oh, he's just, I'm not sure what he's playing out there. 6-3 doesn't look like a good roll. 2 off the 9, though. We got room for it. Okay. Just looking to clear the midpoint safely next. Not a big racing lead, though, so he does need to keep his structure in front and try to keep Jack from escaping here. If Jack were able to escape into an even race like this with the cube, he'd be in very good shape. Ace-6, forced to play in and slot the ace. Okay, next 6 is going to be forced to run. And Art's board looks ready for that. 5-4 can clear the mid. Gives up some contact. I don't see any other option, though, so we just have to. He'd rather keep it, so Jack can't run so easily. 6-2 is going to try. I think probably making the board along with it. Yeah, why not? And what do we got for Art? This is good enough to pick and pass. I don't think making the 7 is good enough here. It just allows our opponent to roll a 6 and escape. So yeah, we got to try to take him off the board. Jack enters deep like Art was hoping. And what does 3-1 do now? Against the closed board, I guess this is tough. A lot of times in these, like when the race is even like this, we can't afford to let him roll a 6 and be in a 50-50 game. And so if we just hit on the ace, it's only a third of the time he hits, and we're generally going to win otherwise. But I'm not sure that we're always going to win after that. I think we probably pick up enough equity to go for it, but no, he's correct to just play in like this. It's a tough one. It's scary to let him roll the 6 and maybe escape. 4-4 should be a pretty good follow-up. I think this is going to probably just close the ace from the 9. Though, of course, we do have the close the 4, the pure play and hit loose, something like this. But I don't think we want to leave shots against the 6-point board. This was an interesting play back here. We are winning. Okay, our opponent doesn't always escape either from where they are. So I guess we're winning more often than I thought they would be in an even race. 5-4 pops out. Beautiful roll for Jack. Still down 8 pips, so Art's feeling good with this sequence, but he has racing chances from here. And holding the 2 cube isn't too bad. Definitely better than being on the bar and losing all of our racing chances, or maybe being closed out. Not too many gammons here either, but a little bit of risk as long as he's on the bar. So looking for rolls that are going to leave a shot, I guess double 6s. That might be it. 6-5. So there are a couple he could stay back for, but there's a lot of pick and passes that are going to rob him of all of his 25% racing equity too. So I think that's going to balance out the wrong way for staying. It's not too far off though, actually. Okay. So a difficult decision here. Very difficult to calculate with any sort of accuracy here, like what exactly your chances are when you stay back versus when you pop out. Maybe you can calculate your race at least. When you pop out there with an 8 pip deficit, you're on that, like, your opponent has a little bit of wastage. So 8 pips would be like the take pass borderline otherwise, but should be a little better. So maybe you can estimate around 25%. What's hard to figure out is what your chances are when you stay back with all the contact and what might happen in the next couple rolls. Might force our opponent to waste some more pips by staying back too. So it does have some racing value to do that. Very difficult to compare these two. in double fives. That one, no big difference for Jack which way he played it. This is playing in and taking a checker off either way, though I guess Jack would have been happy to stay for contact after this. Two, one, not leaving a shot anyway. Stack up the 5 points, sure. So Jack will save the gammon. Oh, threes is going to just about claim this game. Looks like we'll be going on to 6-away, 8-away. Favoring Art. Yeah, this one's decided. Jack's ready to resign. What does the board be? There's a box passed across the board. You guys have to tell me what they're talking about. Arguing over who gets to have the cube on their side. Five, two. Standard splitting to open. Not a whole lot of adjustment at 6-away, 8-away. We'll decide some borderline decisions with it. No need to strip our 8 to hit loose on the 3-point here either. Just splitting in response to the 5-2 tends to be good. 6-5 has a choice between the 11 or the 13. With the ace split, I think we leave a few too many fly shots on the 11, so I'd rather play safe here. Very close, though. Plus, we have the racing lead. But the stack of 5 is definitely a liability. Let's see if plus plus has any different preference here. Yeah, a little bit better. And Jack uses a 6-1 to make the bar point. 6-1 will make the bar point. Oh, sorry, he actually left from the other one. I thought he did the other way. So he gets to make the 5 point as a result. And then what is the 4-1 going to do? The 4-1 could tempo hit. Seems a little bold here when we're outboarded. Probably just stepping up to the 22. I don't think we want to make the 23, but 13-9 seems good for distribution here. Well, it's a little bit better to just button up on the 23. The slot, a bit of an overplay when we're outboarded as well, but should develop when we're missed, so there's definite upside here when it works. And 4-2 is nicely duplicated. I think Art's going to be happy to hit and play down here, but was going to make the 4-point anyway, which would have been a huge improvement either way. 3-1, yeah, I don't think we need to make the anchor yet, though we have to think about the 22, but going to hit loose and fight for high points instead. Ace-6 is going to enter and just cleans up, which is okay, but the tempo hit seems kind of nice when your opponent's threatening to build a prime so efficiently here too. 6 out and we make the 4 prime for Jack. Nice improvement, but has more checkers back than Art, so Art has advantages here too. 5-3 can either hop or just make the point. Better to just run with that checker back advantage and challenge the stripped midpoint. 4 gets to hit and he chooses to step up instead of anchoring. Makes sense to me, I think. And did Art just fan on this? No, he's going to roll double 2s here. Okay. This is going to, I believe, make the 4-point hit loose on the 3. Seems pretty strong. We can hit twice and get up to the edge. Okay. 13-9 would have been my other idea, but I thought just making the board is better. But this is just focusing on the checkers back and the racing lead and all these things. Kind of tactically buys a chance to escape. So, okay, goes for the different way to do it. A little bit better to put 2 in the air. And Jack, oh, he's still thinking about his 2s. He hasn't decided. Okay. Okay, goes for the double hit instead. I think that's going to be a little bit better. 3-2 hits back, punishes. And what does 4-2 have? Oh, that makes a perfect anchor. Yeah, I think we can risk the direct 6 out there just to have this. And so Art's still with an advantage here, but Jack with the direct 6 to equalize that and take over. Makes the midpoint too. What a beautiful, it's his best hitting number probably. And what does Art come up with? Can't hit from the bar, but can improve his board and put a spare on the 5, so that looks pretty strong. Putting a lot of pressure on those 2 back checkers with no anchor. So a little bit for each in this game. 6-2. I think we probably want to clean up and pop out and keep things simple. But maybe he's going to think about hitting behind as well. Yeah, totally reasonable idea too. Slot's a very good anchor. 1-6. Can't keep the back checker flowing, which we'd like. Forced to play a 6 he doesn't like much, so I think 8-2 is going to be, for lack of options, the only one that doesn't give up a point. 4-1 could hit and then cover 7-3 maybe is our best. Get rid of the board blot. Just covering is fine as well, okay. Yeah, we get to keep our board points if we just cover 8-3. And it's not so important to take this checker off at 23, but, and it sure is hard to pass up taking 24 pips in the race when you get the opportunity. Hard to see that keeping the 7 point could be worth as much as that. I would probably end up making the hitting play as well. But he does correctly assess that he's going to be covering the 3 either way, and now he has a decision. It is a little bit better to hit, actually. Cool, 1++, okay. I think I like this. 3-5 fans, and Jack, 31 pip advantage, trailing in the match. Lots of reasons to send the cube. He's going to pass by it, though. Not quite enough, okay. So the board is strong enough. I would have thought that that cube was actually a little bit stronger, but I guess he actually assessed that pretty well to just kind of cruise by it. Can cover, and 21-18 for mobility is a little bit better than playing in and front loading our position, but this should be fine too for trying to attack behind. Gets another fan out of Art, and now our cube's going to be getting big, and it's close to a pass with such strong position here. We'll see if Jack can find it this time. So there is the holding game, which means that Art can win a lot, but there's this whole 30% gammons with the checker on the roof and the extra behind that might be blitzed and might allow Jack to come all the way around without Art making any more progress in this game. So that extra threat is enough to make this almost a pass ready, but he's going to cruise by it, 5-4. That's going to be a big market loser. Probably going to leave him too good, technically. Yeah, only 37, not by too much. So he's happy to claim this one. Art happy to let it go. And we're going to move on to 6 away, 7 away. Four, 3 for Jack to open, 2 down is standard. He's going to go for that. So of course all the splits are fine, and Art is able to hit in the outfield in response. He plays a 6-5. Okay, saw it as a 6-5. 4-5 probably better. Kind of Jack to give that to him. 4-4. Enter and make the 5 point? Making the, oh, we can make the 9 and make the anchor instead. Yeah, I would have thought the offensive 5. Not sure why that's better here. 6-3 links up. Beautiful shot for Art. Must have been very close ideas. 6-3 can make the bar point. And we have a pretty simple, close, even race mutual holding game now. 4-3 can, oh yeah, just has to stack up to 6. So Art pretty inflexible here. Jack's position going to flow and make the board a lot more easily. I think just unstacking the 6 looks great here. So I would say a small advantage for Jack here. 5-2 can't do much about structure here yet. I wonder if at some point he's going to have to volunteer something to allow himself to improve. Stacking, putting a 7 checker on the 6 is just hard to see how we're ever getting this home, but our opponent has the better board, so yeah, now's the time for the tempo. Interesting. Or slotting 6-4. Felt like it might be the moment. But these are hard plays to pull the trigger on, because they just look like volunteering like a close race when we're clearly outboarded and like the gain isn't clear, but we have to find some path home. And it's only going to get worse. So 13-6 is actually a pretty sizable mistake here. Yeah, I think it's probably easier for me to find the 6-4 than the 2 blots, 13-11, 6-1. Yeah, Art really stuck on this one. So he knows what's coming here. That shows me he understands his position very well. Breaking the 15 entirely. I don't think we gain enough in building when we do this, and we create another stack of 5. So if we're gonna want some sort of asset gain when we go for it, not just pure clay, like we're not ahead enough in the race to only go for this side of the game. Jack hits and covers, beautiful shot for him. 2-5, not gonna do much for Art. Maybe he can play the race, but he's so outboarded that I'm not sure. I think probably just to pass whatever he does. I suppose I would play 13-8 and not provoke. I don't know. Tempo hits a little bit better. Wow. Yeah, okay. Playing out to the bar gets past, and everything else is just barely enough to play it, maybe. Tempo hit is, I guess with blots everywhere, it can't be too bad. And this is technically a take, but not by a whole lot. And Jack just rolls by it. Enters and hits. Okay. So he's going to miss a pretty sizable cube there. And 3-1 is going to do a lot to keep Art in the game. It's going to hit twice here somehow. I think probably worth like not having all the direct returns, but look at this. Actually better to fight for the high point on stack. The distribution is so much worse. All these kinds of things. Our opponent does so well to make the 5 point anyway. 3-4 didn't miss a cube that time, I don't think. 3-4 can hit on the 5 and continue to cover the ace. Looks beautiful to me. Yeah, we're happy to play the impure side of this at this point. Huge racing lead 2. Match lead, 3 enters 1. Blitzing, it's going to be, I don't think Art has to adjust so much at this score, but a little bit slower to send. 3 looks like it wants to hit the checker on the 10, and maybe, I mean, we could attack on the deuce, but maybe we should just go for the race and play 22-16 while we have the time. 2 down is actually better, though. Okay, interesting. I wouldn't have thought to focus so much on the blitz. 2-1, okay. That's going to ward off the blitz. Helps quite a bit. 5 what? 5-5. Gets the point on head. And probably just bring another down for the attack. Why not? Yeah. Howdy, Ben.
Howdy.
Did you see this USBGF logo here? Did you put that there on purpose, or did we just forget it?
Not to blame you, but it was sitting right there when I left it with you, and that's where it sits now.
Wasn't sure.
But I think there's a better place for it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go find that better place.
Slightly too good here, but seems nice to cash. It's got a lot of, okay. A lot of wins there, yep. And 5-way, 7-way. I'll take credit for that USPGF logo. He's right. If it's not intentional, then it's my fault. 4-2 for Jack to open. Definitely going to send a hair earlier at the score. And Art needs to fight for an anchor here, definitely. Pretty standard to split past. I'm surprised he's slowing down to think about it. Maybe he wants to make a score adjustment and not provoke so much. But, you know, the flip side of that is that we have to try to have an anchor. If we just sit back, we lose a lot of gammons that way too. 4-2, not much of a follow-up for Jack. We have this 13-9 duplicate fours idea again. It's been coming up a lot today. Hopefully people watching will remember it. We can link up with the 16, I think looks the best here. Or we could hit and make a board point, but I think I just want to escape and play simple. 13-9 with the last one's a little unfortunate, but seems like a pretty... So 10-6 stacking up is tough to have to play too. But it's just such a good racing lead at a score that calls for it. Early in the game should be a lot of cube efficiency. Same as last game, it's kind of hard to see how we're going to bring this race home. But it's what the dice gave us for now. Maybe we'll get something lucky to build from here. Look at that traveling USBGF logo. That's exciting. Where's it going to go? Where's it going to land? Nobody knows. Can't see it there. Yeah, I understand the big play. It's not too far behind. I think I would prefer this too. Rather give up the 6s with the better board. But I mean, it is a lot to give up when our opponent rolls a 6 from the bar. 2-2 can still hit here. So you think he's going to play it as though it's a 6 from the bar? Yeah. Better board. takes over the race. What does Art come up with here? 2-6, not so good for him. Maybe this is going to be forced to tempo hit, but I guess the other play, oh, it can link up 16 to 10. Yeah, okay. Seems pretty good. Didn't notice that at first. 2-1 is going to make an anchor? Sure. Protects that blot on the 16 well. 4-3, I think, just hits from the 16. Oh, it can link up again. Okay. Art keeps having these simple, just like progress the checkers around the board with the weaker board in the leading match score. This makes a lot of sense. Just wasn't seeing it immediately. Now that he spots it and XG spots it, yeah, this looks very thematic for the game plan. We have a racing lead already, and we don't need to hit again and get into a contact-based game with 6s and 4s hitting from the bar, or just 6s, whatever it is. But 4-6, so still down 5 pips. I think, yeah, he can make this 16. I guess maybe some advanced contact is a little bit better, and we don't have the timing to stay on the 22, but for now I kind of want to keep the pressure and just make another board point maybe. I don't know. He seems to have the right idea, though. This is the right long-term asset. Uh-oh. Oh, we're messing with the display here now. Go have a talking to Ben. Yeah, this also just doesn't keep enough contact, I guess. It seems reasonable, though. I guess the blot on the 16 isn't really giving Art any clear path home. It's just kind of distracting right now. Maybe if it was allowing the checkers from the 16 to hit and escape with tempo or something like that, it would be a bigger deal. Okay, just a little too passive. 2-1 can put a spare on the 10. Beautiful. And 5-2, sure, just spread out this way. And it's going to be a long time till Art has enough of a racing advantage in this game to claim or have any sort of cube. So he's just going to keep trying to keep distribution to make points in front of that 22 point. 2 down feels like the way to do that and keep our distribution, though. Maybe it is risking some fly shots. What's up, Ben?
I just want to
Checking
make sure
things
it's
out.
working okay because I
Yeah.
closed the laptop too far. I
Yeah.
put it on a different tab so that Jack couldn't instantly see. He had covered up the laptop, but I just changed it so he couldn't see it.
Oh, I see.
So I was screwing around with stuff.
Cool. Yeah, I did see my monitor shut off for a moment, but then it came back in time.
Really cool.
Yep. Slot 2 points, I do believe. Ed says left of Chrysolite. Oh yeah, he sees a gap up there, but then the stream sponsor would be confusing. That's why I wouldn't put it there either.
Yeah, that's why I didn't. That's exactly
Yeah.
right.
Yep,
Yeah, it's not a great place for it, but we'll figure it out between the next two, I think.
sure. It's great. All great.
Yeah.
All places are great. 2-1. Looks like it can make the 9 point. Why not? And how much of a racing lead does he have? Probably still not enough to send, I don't think. 5-4.
5-way, 7-way.
Yeah, I guess we're just bringing a spare down. Would be nice to slot the 3, but then we don't have a productive 4. Oh, hey, butterfly anchor time. Yeah, we're about to run out of timing. It could get worse. We have the better board for now.
Yeah, I like it.
It's a tough one to even look for.
I mean, after playing, my thought was after 13-4, I consider doubling just because he is out of time. Like, I wouldn't, but,
Yeah.
you know, it does feel like the worst play. Oh, it's a sweet number. though.
Aces. I think it's good. Yeah, just going to break some contact 16 to 15 after making the 5, probably. Yeah. And yeah, Jack would have been much happier to be leaving last time. I guess he would get attacked here. He'd probably be switching 4 to 3, so I don't know how happy he'd be. But this is getting difficult to hang on to for sure. 4-2, I guess, is just playing into the deuce. And yeah, pretty clear advantage for Art now. I think clearing the 10 looks nice here. Doesn't really do much for us with its interaction with the 4 point made. And yeah, I don't think we had any. Right on the borderline. Okay,
Yeah,
totally
makes
fine.
sense. Not a ton of market loss.
Yeah, well, not a lot changes in these 22 point games. If it's lost its market, it's probably not by a lot. Yeah, no. So if we can't, then we don't have a lot of, yeah.
Oh, cool. I think I would have got this wrong.
Jack is ahead in the race. Art's going to miss the cube, which will hit and come around now. This should be pretty consistent market loss at this point. Double aces, cannot make any points. Probably wants to slot the next best one. Maybe slot both of them really, and then stay back for contact, I think, with the better board and being down in the race now. That's probably what I'd find, and we'll see if Art finds the cube now. Getting a lot tougher to take now that it's hard to escape this nice structure in 5 prime. He's threatening to close the 6 prime, and there's an extra checker back that can lose some gammons. So Art's really got everything he needs here and should be a fairly, like 22-point games tend to be pretty strong and generate a lot of wins, but this seems like one where we can clearly find even a leading score cube and a pass. And we're going to move on to 4-way 7-way. Four, 3 for Art at this leading score. I think he should want to split instead of playing 2 down now. That's what he's going to go ahead and do. And double 4s will be blitzing at this score for sure. Can hit twice. Okay, beautiful. And 7-away, 4-away, there should be a lot of cubes incoming here. Doesn't need as much of an advantage as usual. There is definitely market loss in attacking on the 5 and getting away with it or making the point. I think we got to get it in now. And it should be a fairly clear no double at normal scores and for money, which should allow Art to comfortably find the take here too, even at a different score. We can't adjust too much. The numbers actually look like a fairly clear cube at normal score though, so maybe that'll confuse him a little bit. But this isn't one of the most sensitive scores, so we're not going to swing a whole window on that. It's going to be less for sure. And I still think it's going to feel early enough to play. We'll see what Art thinks, though. Doesn't look like it's too big of a mistake if he chooses to let it go either. He's going to let it go. Okay. Reasonable, too. I mean, I understand the fear in that position for sure. What does plus plus think? 52. Okay. So not a big swing. Hard to evaluate that close of a cube decision with any accuracy for sure. So I think kind of okay to do whichever he chooses there. 2-1 is going to want to, I think it wants to split at the score, but slot's still very close. Always an option. And 3-2 cannot attack. I don't think the tempo is worth it. Standard split, yeah. A little annoying to leave all the fly shots after our opponent makes that ace split, but good enough. 5-5 looks like he can just escape and probably make the ace. I think we're okay to start thinking about racing here, especially leading. Oh, blitzing is a little bit better. Okay. Surprised we want to leave all the shots when we can just get one home to safety. But okay. Nice find by Art. And 3-6 fans, and 4-away, 6-away. So at a normal score, this is a clear cube. We have a 9th checker in the zone, and we split, so we've made a couple of improvements. Should be closer to the take-pass side. I think this score, 4-way, 6-way, starts to play fairly similar to money. We're getting a little bit of benefit of the gammon value, but we're suffering from the recube value. So you have to be a little bit more careful, but I think this should be enough for a cube still, and probably a comfortable take for Jack. And it's actually a borderline take-pass decision. Very interesting, yeah. 14, so yeah, it should be a take for money as well. Nice find by Art. See what Jack comes up with on this one. Looks like he cannot make a mistake here. So this is probably like a normal score take, 4-away, 5-away pass for the additional gammon value, one of those funky ones. And I noticed in my book that at 4-away, 6-away is when it starts to act fairly similar to money, punishing the recube value. In 7-away, 4-away, we just have to be careful about our advantage more than anything. So this would probably be like a pretty comfortable take at this score, but still a double there, I think. This is exactly the most difficult kind of position we could come up with at this score, though. So Jack's going to have some trouble with this one, and he's going to let go. Yeah, perfectly break-even decision. Fine either way. Doesn't want to let him win the match on one game. 3-away, 6-away. A lot harder to find a cube for Art at this score. That seemed like the other play. 3-1 is going to point and leave a bunch of shots. 5-point just too valuable. We can give up the 6s and 4s for this piece of structure. Our returns are going to be so good in general too. Nothing improves on our position structurally enough to outweigh just making the 5-point with the spare from the 6 and all this. Nice play. 6-4 gets to point and make the bar point. Beautiful shot for Art. And he has an advanced anchor in a leading score game, which is exactly what you're looking for to reduce that gammon value and volatility. The third checker back will introduce some gammons again, but Art responds very well at the 4s. I think this just makes the 9-point. It could hit and make the 4-point, but we don't mind giving up the mid once we have the bar point either. Okay, both of them fine. A little bit better to make the board point while our opponent's in the air. 5-6 is just going to try to run to freedom again. Yeah, I suppose so. Maybe we could split to the bar as well, being down this far in the race. 3s is going to instantly make a 4-point board. What a shot. I don't think we need to worry about our back checkers right now. Too big of an offensive improvement. And Jack is going to have an impossible time finding anywhere to split in this game now. 5-4, yeah, can link up and make the 9. That works. 4s, Art can't escape to safety yet. I think he probably wants to work on breaking contact with maybe just linking up 13 to 9 and 18 to 14, even though we kind of abandoned the checker on the 21. But it's just too good of a clearing roll to not do something like this. Interesting that we should make the 10 and keep the blot on the 9. It'll be easier to clear the 13 and the 14 later. So we're just risking the 6-2 now. And looks like 2s are going to hit anyway. So yeah, okay. Can see some duplication and reasons to go this way. And we'll see if Jack can attack and keep him from escaping to a winning race. 5-3 does not really look like he can. And against the 4-point board, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we just have to play into the 5. This is tough. Okay, playing a checker behind is fine too. And 6-2. He's instantly going to make the bar point. Yeah, I guess the offense is better, but he can escape from the 21 as well. Is this not... Yeah, he's going to rewind it and see that he can just win the race and just have this game locked up. Yeah, seems pretty important. But there's a lot of counterplay when we stay back and maybe get pointed on or attacked. Escapes, 3-2 is going to make a board point. I don't think it's going to be enough to keep Jack in this game. So these are the kind of 3-away games that we can claim, where we've got full freedom, there's very little volatility or risk. It's mostly just 1. Yeah, that blend is good enough to like send, and it's rare that it gets too good. There's not that many gammons with a 24-point made here. So Art has found a very nice moment to claim a 3-away game, which doesn't come up all that often. A fairly clear one too. I think it should be still a pretty easy pass for Jack. We want to start taking some bigger risks, but we must know that we're in the teens for wins when we have the ace point like this, that it's just not going to be comfortable. Better to play from 2-away, 6-away. And now this is going to have to get even further before Art can claim, because Jack's take point is going to be under 20% at this point probably, since he can recube to 4. I think actually maybe it is not really lower. But additionally, no gammon value for Art if he sends the cube. 3-1 makes the 5-point, so he cancels his own gammons when he doubles. 5-3 can just make a board point? Yeah, that must be best. 5-4. Sure, we can split, provoke some contact with a good board. Nice score to do that as well. Jack is not going to need much of an advantage to get the cube in, but he is behind now that he's been pointed on with double 4s here. What is Jack finding? So in a situation like this, Art is often, even on a fan, just going to be like so clearly wanting to play on for the gammon instead and getting no value out of the cube. 4-1. Does it wish to blitz? It could just make the 7. That's interesting. Just running from the back is good too. Okay. All very close. Maybe at a normal score it would be fairly clear to hit on the ace, but the reduced gammon value is like whenever a cube comes into play, it's not going to have been worth anything. So tough to make plays like that. Jack gets to anchor up at the edge. Beautiful shot for him. Double 5s. Gets to come around and cover that point and probably just dump a checker to the ace. Oh, we can actually volunteer on the midpoint. Yeah, I would have done what he did. Not sure why we want to give up that ace there. But it is, of course, bad to throw checkers behind the anchor. 4-3 is going to play 2 down and try to contain. And Art does not get a chance to escape, and he's quite overrun now. So he's in a lot of danger of being primed at this point. And so this could even be structurally, I mean, we must be nearing a cube for Jack of some sort. Maybe it is good enough. Looking at the numbers, it probably is good. Yeah, a little bit shy. Okay, still loses more gammons. But this is going to make the bar point, and Art is going to have a lot of cracking numbers that don't get to escape. And we'll have a very strong cube for Jack after that. Yeah, so after we make it with those first 3, is there a better distribution play than to play down to the 10 again? XG says no. Oh, thanks, Madison. What did he just find here? Yeah, okay, that would be legal. But priming seems a lot stronger. We're so far down in the race. Our opponent's about to crack. Like, we just have to find a way to restrict this movement. So blocking 6s is just huge here. I guess maybe the problem he's seeing is that 2-6 and 3-6 still play. And they're both great numbers anyway, so that's why I think we want to play the last one down to the 10. We don't mind being hit so much because it's just a disaster when he rolls the 3-6 anyway. We could clean both those up, though, and at least get a direct shot when he gets to run out there. Yeah, our building distribution is so strong after this play, too. All right, nice find for Jack. 6-5 is going to crack, and this could even be too good. This is just a disaster. And what does Jack want to do with this cube? Okay, it's worth claiming here. Still enough work to do and still enough chance of Art just scrambling away. But yeah, this looks pretty bad. I'm actually surprised. Yeah, I mean, it's like a clear pass for money, so feels like we would want to take a roll. I won't be surprised if Jack decides that he wants to try to play this one on. It's not so great to claim to an auto-way score too, so there's a lot of reasons to think that we should just take a roll in this good of a position. It feels somewhat scared to claim it, but for whatever reason that's the bot preference here too. Pretty surprised by this result. I don't know if I can explain it. Yep, Jack can take a roll. Tough to fault him there. 4s is not the best here, though. I think the best he can do is probably make the 4 and the deuce. Really as much threat for Jack. So, I mean, maybe this feels like a clear cube because maybe Art can even take this. I don't know. Yeah, still a clear pass, but not as clear of a pass at like normal scores. I guess, yeah, at this one he can't. But for money, maybe we'd be thinking about it just for the race. Distribution very strong. So we got away with taking his roll. See what Art comes up with, but I mean, this should look pretty nasty for him too. Lots of risk of cracking and losing gammons here still, which is tough to hold at the score. Let's it go. 2-way, 5-way. 6-2 split to open for Jack. And 6-1 points on head response for Art. Very nice. 3-1. It's going to split somehow. Yeah, stepping up to the better anchor. Oh, it can slot and duplicate fours. That's interesting. Those tactics can be tough to find in the early game. Twos, I think, is going to point on head and make the 5, the rack. Beautiful start for Art. And again, at this kind of score, he's going to be stuck playing on too good in this kind of threatening position. Tough to leverage the cube threat of winning a doubled gammon. 4-1 is going to hit, and 6-5 or 24-23, I guess, could be okay. Just don't prefer that back checker distribution. 1-6 enters, and I don't think it, geez, yeah, I think we need to keep the anchor. I kind of like that, but popping out for the bar point anchor a little bit better. That's tough. He's 6, what does 3-1 do? 3-1 can anchor and step up. Yeah, I guess. We could also like hip loose for the tempo. Not okay at the score though, interesting. 4-2 is a little bit of offense for Jack, but it is hard to prime that 20 points. So actually better to just make the point behind. Very interesting. 3-2 unstacks. Beautiful distribution play. No need to leave all the shots in the outfield right now. And 6-5 anchors up, okay. Jack has saved this game. Art is looking for a way to escape from his anchor with the racing lead, and I think now's the time to go, actually. Oh, we can attack on the ace and go for gammons instead. Interesting. Wins a little bit more. Clear play at normal scores, but I would have thought the simple thing at this one. But okay, so he's going to be too good again. Covering, 5 down for more ammunition. Or he's going to pop out with the 5, though. Okay, close decision there. That's fine. Cashes in on the race lot, too. 2-1 is probably going to be forced to hit. Got to try. We're going to get gammoned anyway. 4-6 links up or attacks on the deuce. I guess just playing the simple game. So if we can get into like an escaped race, then the cube can be of value at 2-away again. So this is the kind of game Art wants to play. And better to link up and not allow our opponent to attack us than to keep the contact there. Okay, makes sense to me. 5-1. So this is going to give him an option to play with 5-1 where he would have just been volunteering otherwise. So yeah, I think we're going to have to, well, I would have thought 8 to deuce for sure. But we're supposed to just, why do we want to give deuces and 3s? It's just the time to try to escape to a race now. Yeah, it seems like the upside of this is just better. So I would have gone for this too. 1-5 fans, and Art is playing on. 6-2 covers, and then the deuce, sure. Just down for ammunition seems fine, or we could clear that, yeah. Not sure, I guess it's too far from being able to blitz effectively. 3-2, but I get, yeah, it seems like it duplicates 3s. There's a lot of nice things about it, but we can just play bigger offense than this, I guess is the problem. Looking for a loose hit with a 10. 9 not quite, but that makes it far enough. Now he's putting a lot of pressure on, and Jack really wants to link up with his bar point anchor or escape somehow to avoid being gammoned. 5s moves a lot of pips. I guess we're still stuck, yeah, playing something like this and wasting some pips in the board. The most gammon save pips would be to play it all from the 18 and all outside, but I don't think we can strand our back checker like that, so. Yeah, I think we're stuck playing this way. Thanks. 4-1 cannot attack. In fact, it has to volunteer unless it plays 6 to ace, which might be worth it, given the racing lead. So if we play down and leave 6s and 2s or 5s and 1s, it's not so much to give up. I don't know. I guess you could make an argument for just playing something like 13 to 8, but probably better to just play quiet here. 2-1. Things are getting worse now. Make the 4 and slap the ace, and now Art definitely can't afford to leave shots against such a strong 4-point board, 5 prime, however he plays it. Art gets to bring a checker into the board safely. Very nice shot for him. Threatening to attack with aces next time again. Rather just come home with a set, I guess. 6-4 gets to cover and play in for distribution somehow. I guess, oh yeah, he should link up and pop out now. I was thinking that maybe his board was strong enough to keep the contact for more wins, but he is giving up a few too many gammons. A whole 11% more, which at normal scores we couldn't float at all, and we're only thinking about it because it's 5-away, 2-away. Very interesting. Bit of an overplay there. 5-4 is just going to stack up, and he's going to be okay with his play. And what does he find next? Yeah, his next roll can be awkward and not have enough mobility too. So see some of the reason why he should just link up with the bar point last time. I find this feels like a difficult play to find, to come out and provoke, give our opponent an opportunity to roll a 4x where they'd be breaking their board or giving a direct shot or something and just allow them to hit in the outfield instead. I think I would be inclined to play 7-1. Very difficult one to find, I think. Just doesn't win enough, though. Interesting. I guess we just have to go through enough rolls. I'm not sure how we find this one. I guess we get some double shots on some 6s. Like all 6s but 4-6, and we get a direct shot on 4-6 as well. So actually it benefits quite a bit on the 6s. Okay. Must be a big part of it. 3-2. I think this is just playing safe behind. And now I feel like he's going to be very happy to have stayed back on the 22. 6-1 forced, well, it could go off the 18, but yeah, probably popping out and slotting the ace a little bit better. We can't allow our opponent's 6s to hit with tempo right now, so very important to keep the 18 for this roll. That can change soon, but on this roll it's true. So he's going through sequences to see if he gains more by leaving less shots right now. I think part of the reason to stay back on the 16 is that it's more contact in case your opponent needs to. There must be like more numbers that hit from there if your opponent leaves a shot from the mid with some 6x. I don't think there's a whole lot that's going to choose to play down instead, but yeah. Usually further back when we want contact is just a little bit better. 4-6 is big swing roll too. So on that one, I guess we get a lot of shots and stuff like that. And now with the double shot, Jack is ready to send the cube. And I think, does he win every time when he does it? Yeah, this seems reasonable and probably still very takeable for Art. Yeah. Tough to win in gammon here, so not too much to be afraid of. And Art can actually take deeper at 2 away, 5 away, if there isn't gammon threat there too. So a nice find by him. At least 2/3 of the time, Jack's going to lose his market, so I like his decision to send. But he doesn't always win when he hits either. I think he should just spread out to cover the disaster 1-6. Otherwise, should be coasting home fine. Looking to make the bar or the ace. Ooh, 6s is a little fast. Is he just stuck slotting, I think is the best he can do with it? Yeah, well, at least he gets... He's made up a lot in the race now, too, and can just win going forward without even making the ace. 4-1 is going to be stuck playing in and 6-5, I think. Distribution not looking great, so there can still be shots for Art that can win him the game here, even with his buried checkers, too. 4-1, I think, yeah, better to make the ace than to take a checker off. Now he's got a nice safe landing spot, and so it should be smooth sailing for Jack from here. 6s, okay, well, that's going to make a race out of it. That's going to be pretty even. Art going to need a little bit more help to get back into like the lead in this one, but that's a big step. 5s buries to the ace, but still a step in the right direction. 2-3 takes 2 off, okay. 5-1, another 5 miss, unfortunate for Art. So Jack hanging on. 2 is going to take 2 off. Lots of gaps for Jack though. And double 4s is going to catch up quite a bit for Art. Okay, we got a real race out of this now. So Jack needs to not miss to stay on lead roll now, which makes him actually the underdog in this position. No recubes for Art, of course, with a dead cube on his side, but Jack is managing to survive, just needs to dodge a 2 twice more. And sets, of course. 3-1. All right, it's going to have to be specifically a 2-1 for Art to win this one. And 4-3 is going to survive. Okay, and we're going to go on to 2-away, 3-away. A little too close for comfort for Jack at the end there. But this is one of the most sensitive opening score cubes. So there are third roll sequences where Jack wins the opening roll and Art responds poorly and Jack can have a cube already. It looks like they're taking a small break before they wrap this up too. They're just going to grab water or something. If I see him walk out, I might go use the restroom too. Yeah, after a big lead to start this match off for Art, Jack is clawing his way back in. I guess it didn't start that way. We got as bad as 6-away, 2-away. That's as big of a lead as we had. Otherwise, it's been pretty back and forth and close. I wonder if they took the other route to the bathroom. I don't want to miss the end of the match, though. Both players playing very sharp in this match, too. I've been able to keep up on transcription and not miss anything, so top-level play. Cool, we got 40 of you watching right now, huh? Welcome. Oh yeah, I see Jack wandering around now. Don't know how he got to where he is. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back at the conclusion of this match here. Probably going to get snacks. I see Art wandering around looking for Jack now. They're both in the lobby. So they should be wrapping this match up pretty quickly here. Howdy, Jonathan. Welcome. Presume we'll have a full day of streaming today. Okay, Jack's back in there.
Yeah.
If I'm lucky, I'll get to go play doubles, though, and I won't be on commentary all day. We'll see. There we go. I think Jack's in there waiting for you. Art's out here by me, though. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's in by the table already. Yeah. Cool. Ooh, the board got a little crooked. I must be driving someone nuts. I thought he was in there. Am I wrong? Art just sitting patiently waiting at the board with no one there? I saw a shadow for a moment, so I assumed. Yeah, the delay seems like it's good for making sure that we don't have any sort of like stream sniping cheating incidents or anything, but it makes it a lot harder to talk to the chat when nothing's going on like this. I wish I didn't have to wait 3 minutes for my response to come through. But okay, here we go. 2-way, 3-way, Art Benjamin leading. And Jack gonna win the opening cube. I don't think there's anything after a 5-1. Interesting, yeah, I could have slotted splitting fine too. No follow-up from a 5-1 that's going to be good enough for a cube yet, though. Needs at least some sort of substantial improvement. This looks like one. Usually against one back, we don't have enough for like much of a blitzing cube. But I think at this score, it's going to be fine with all the gammons it's threatening and the lead in the race. I'm surprised, yeah, nothing but the slot. And actually, because we have to, oh yeah, he's forced to slot with the ace. So the extra shot and all this in the racing lead, yeah, I mean, clear cube, and then it's going to be enough for Art to actually pass on the gammons, and we should be going to basically a DMP game at 2-way, 2-way. Yeah, when this works out, 30% gammons not uncommon for an opening 5 splits, so the numbers look like could be a borderline cube at a normal score. It wouldn't be super clear, but it's the right mix to turn it into a large pass when there's a lot of gammons. And Art's going to comfortably take this one. Probably thinking that, just like, I'm not sure this is a cube for money, so how can I pass this? But it's got the right mix of gammons to be enough to let go of. 6-5 can bring 2 more down into the zone for the blitz. And things are going smooth for Jack. Could win the game on this one pretty easily. You're welcome for the commentary many minutes later in the future, Jonathan. I guess he's thinking about escaping those back checkers too, and will be leaving shots. But even if he gets hit, he gets returns in the board. So I think I like this. 4-6 is just going to pop out, try to run. And okay, big sequence for Art. He might be able to link up. I mean, it's still going to be tough to win this game, but he seems to have alleviated quite a bit of the gammon threat anyway. 6-1, I think, should probably just work on the board still. I don't know if we want to come, maybe provoking out in the outfield and getting a direct 6 shot in case our opponent finds something that would cover the 5 is worth it, though. So yeah, I guess 23-16 seems pretty reasonable now. Sure, coming out this way too. We're running out of time to not do something with the back checkers, though. But he has found the best option here. I guess coming out to the 16 just must create some, does it create more hidden covers? I really like giving problems to that blot back on the 15 is the problem with it, but so it's hard for me to see why these are so different really. I guess because we might make the bar point anchor and create, I guess it's just important long term to have that. So we want to slot a point we want to make one way or the other. That seems reasonable to park on the 18 for that reason. Keeps the back checkers linked as well. So when we do hit, we get hit, we get a lot of returns. Yeah, so this was tempting at first glance for me to like slot a point we want to make, but I think it's just leaves us a bit too overrun. 6-4, oh yeah, covers a long way. Beautiful shot. Now Art in great shape in this game. 5 going to cover, and I think the 2 probably going to make the 22, but he wants to run off that as soon as possible. So it's not always super clear that we want to make that and not be diversified instead. 4-1, I don't think we can afford to leave any shots, so we'll just play 13-8. And great position to hold the cube in for Art now. 4-2 already, just ready to run, yeah. I think he found the right moment here to come off it. Before we have to give up the midpoint or destroy our board or anything like that, while we still have a 5-point board. Just try to cash in on the winning race. So now Jack trying to hang on to get to one-away, two-way Crawford, ideally. And if Art can hit and turn this game around, he can win the match right here. 3-2. I don't think we can risk all the gammons that come along with hitting loose against a 5-point board, so probably just the simple 13-8. Okay, spares in this way works too. It looks a little front-loaded to me, but 2-1 cleans up the blot. Beautiful for Jack. And 6-5 is going to be stuck playing behind. And the race is getting closer though. 12 pips, not so much for Art to deal with. Can easily get there. And another weak roll for Jack. I think just playing off the midpoint here could slot the 4 as well, either way. He should step up and try to escape actually though. That's interesting. Under the gun, so there's going to be a lot of, not a lot of aces that hidden cover, I don't know. Just looks scarier to be there. So usually we'd want to kind of balance that by staying a little further back, but he's got enough of the racing lead and the board advantage now that it's, again, just time to try to deal with that. Nice play by Jack. 4-2 can probably hit and cover is the best to do with it and leave fly shots and nothing else. Purity is going to lose a few too many gammons. 5-2 fans, okay. And now Art with the initiative, threatening to, ooh, 2s is going to close the 4 points, and I guess we can play down to the 11 and clean up and just leave no 3-5 even. There are compromise plays though too. We could play 2 down from the mid. I guess that'll be fine. It is only 3-5, so maybe we want to try to keep that builder to close the 3-point. Quite tempting, but I think Art with pretty clear advantage either way here now. So maybe he just doesn't need to leave it. Yeah, I see this for 3 builders for the 3 and the ace as well. It doesn't unstack the mid at all. So maybe we can have problems with like a 6-4 next roll. It's kind of a problem I see there. Ace-6, what's this? Ooh, popping out is less, yeah, so this is another reason to have a blot on the 11 right now too. This is probably a safer place to land now since we have 5s, 4s, and 3s aimed at us and only 6s when we pop out. Where otherwise it would be a double shot and less of a clear decision. Nice play by Jack. And no 6, but 4s is enough for the race, so I think Art should just work on breaking contact here. Interesting that he should actually keep it and play to the 5, give his opponent a little more trouble getting to safety. I guess it's free, because he's never going to just leave the blot there for contact. So why not play 13-5 twice, and if our opponent can't escape, we get a little extra vig that way. Either way, a very nice result for Art after taking a scary gammonish cube for sure. We're going to slot and 3 come around, and small advantage for Art to win the match here. And Jack needs to roll some sort of set to get back in this to stay alive for a Crawford game. In for Art. 6-2 is going to be in and down, I think. Oh, he's going to play the 2 first and then decide. Yeah. Either 6 should be fine. A little bit better distribution into the 5, I guess. 6-3, I think, just takes one off. Art draws first blood. 4-3, sure. Very close race here still. 6-5 is enough to really even it up. Art's still taking 2 off every roll. 2-4. Same match. What happens after this, Ben?
I just lined something up because for some reason I thought that the match that was streaming was done. But I
Not
was
quite.
Karen and Damon stream next.
Okay.
So,
Kara?
it's basically done.
Yeah, it could be this game, or if Jack survives, it'll be a Crawford game.
So, yeah, so it'll be soon enough.
Yeah.
Sure, got it.
Art missing some chances to play for distribution. He'll be forced to this time, though. Okay. Maybe Jack's taking over here now. Favorite again.
Got a match for you.
All right, 2 off for Jack is nearly going to decide it.
Myra for my DNP.
Yeah, there you go.
And still my seniors with John. He disappeared in that early last night. Never returned.
Looks like Jack's going to survive for a Crawford game.
Seems like it.
Then there could be one more game after that.
If he somehow doesn't. How about a little excitement? Just a little tease.
Yeah, there's some misses.
That's not very teasing.
And that's going to be 6s or better.
Yeah.
4-1. Okay, there's another
Two
miss
roll
there.
sequence now. Now he gets 4s or better.
Yeah. Yeah, either way is the same here. 4s are better.
Need 11 pips, so the best you're ever going to do is 4. Oh, the best you can do is 3s, actually. I lied. Bad math. I was thinking of there. All right.
All right, time to go to Crawford. Jack with the lead in this one, and Art at the true gammon go score. So Jack is going to have to play harder for an anchor, and Art's going to have to try to mix it up and bring gammons into this game because gammons win the match, which is just as valuable as getting to a 50-50 DMP game. %50 match equity difference between winning and losing, and then 50% between winning and winning a gammon. 1-5 for Jack to open is going to split. And 2-1, I think just counter splits in general, but this is actually tricky at the score. I don't know. Yeah, we should actually slot here. Cool. 6-1 makes the bar point. And 5-1, not too much with that. I guess 13-8, 22-22 is probably the idea. Step up to a little bit better anchor position and do some distribution work. 5-3 can point on head. Beautiful shot for Jack. And 3-6 fans. Wow. Okay. 3-2. I think, yeah, probably the anchor is better. Keep all our board, but it's tempting to make a board point while our opponent's on the bar. 3-6 fans again. Wow. 6-3. Don't see any good. I think we're just giving up the midpoint here. Oh, we can play distribution 6-3. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I would find that. Running off the 21, it feels like a very DMP play too. That's an interesting option. All very close though here. No big mistakes available. 4-1, I think, oh, we can hit, so we're gonna have to do that. But otherwise, making the 24 seems better than splitting. Has the timing to hold it. 5-6 returns fire, beautiful shot for Jack. We got Art on the back foot again. Art gets to make the anchor and hit again though. Very good entry for him. 5-6 can't reach this time. Yeah, can clean up the blot. Okay, it seems worth doing. Under the gun though, Art looking to point on head. Can't quite do it. Probably, ooh, if we make the bar point, we leave direct 6s as well. So maybe we just need to clean up. We're down in the race though, so I don't know about this. Yeah, we must have to volunteer something. hitting and playing to the 7 a little bit better, but making the bar point very strong too. Yeah, too far down to afford playing quiet here. What do we have? We had 4-1 probably. And ooh, what did I miss here? And a fan and 5-4 maybe? 6-4? What am I missing? And another fan? Wow. All right, having some trouble from the bar here. And Jack going to go for preventing the second anchor. Yeah, I think he has enough racing and checkers back lead to go for that. 4-1 is finally a beautiful response for Art. Some life there. 4-5 probably just wants to clean up. Could pop out and challenge too, though. Slightly better board. Two, 1. I think Art has to keep trying to battle for that 5 point here, and then the 2, I don't know what's so good with it. I guess just 8-6 is fine. All right, we could play 12-10 for a cover too. Why not? 3-1. Jack's still just sending checkers back. Things working out. 5-6. We need to get into the outfield somehow. Probably 21-15 looks nice to me. And so now Art is containing out there well, and Jack has the racing lead and gets to make a beautiful priming point in the 5. Huge advantage for him too in the Crawford game now. 2-5 cannot establish a second anchor, but it slots it now. And maybe with everything aimed at him, why not just hit and take a tempo away? Maybe getting checkers recirculated can help us here, make the ace or the deuce. 5-6. I think maybe for that reason it's worth, I don't think we want to break something to hit though. I think Jack should probably just play simple, especially given that it's gammon save here, and just pop out. But it is very close to hit on the ace there. 4-6 can't make the second anchor yet. What can it do? It can make the deuce point. I don't think I want to clean up or anything like that. Feels like maybe an overplay though. Yeah, okay, I don't know. This is tough. Can't come off our anchor. Nothing looks attractive here. So I would have just taken the opportunity to make some sort of board structure, but with this many checkers back, we need to stay pure too. So I like the distribution does look pretty good after 9 and 8. You can see the value in that. And 5-3, nothing to hit. Maybe it's worth hitting 7 to deuce. I think so. I think I would go for it here and probably just play 15-12 with it. If our opponent makes the 24 point, it's not quite as bad, but there's a lot of game if he can make the 23. So I think it's worth taking some risks to win some more games there. And it's very difficult to win a gammon or lose a gammon from this position either way. We don't have to overplay the gammon save mode too much here. Hey, James. Thank you. Not too bad, though. This is also a fine path to victory. Ace-4, okay. So Art gets to capitalize on the opportunity and make a double anchor game. 6-1 is just going to try to run. And Art probably wants to hit loose and try to recirculate some checkers for timing here. He could make the point and try to get hit on the 4 or the 3. I think that's kind of a nice balance. Okay, yeah, so he can unstack with the ace. Covering the 4 is fine with it as well. Yeah. 5-2 doesn't have to hit anything. Beautiful shot for Jack. Just trying to get out of there. And Art can't come up with the ace to hit, so he's going to start working on his board, and he's going to need a lot of help to be able to time this with only 37 down. 6-2 nicely covers the outfield. Likely that Art is going to have to leave the 21 point sooner than later and end up playing a 23 point game, but he'll hang on to it as long as he can. Needs Jack to roll some 6s or something like this. 4-2, okay. Still going to keep some outfield presence, Jack, and bring a checker in. I think that's a good decision. And if Art gets the chance to hit a fly shot and go for it, he'll try that too. 5-3, pretty simple cleanup and in. And so Art might just barely have enough time to wait for a shot here, it looks like. If Jack obliges to leave it now. I'm not sure anything really forces him to quite yet. 3-2 clears safely, so that's going to delay things quite a bit. And now Art is almost certainly going to be leaving the 21. 5-3, yep. We can't afford to make our board impure. We have to go off the anchor here. Closer than I would have thought to play 6-1, 4-1 actually. But it's just too hard to win. Okay, our opponent doesn't knock us out by making the 4-point. And it's going to be very difficult now that he's had to spend the spare to the ace too. So big improvement for Art's position. Can probably hang out and stay back with one checker for a little while on that 21 and have a double anchor game of sorts. 4 clears nicely. 4-3, yeah, is there anything better to do? I guess he has to leave the 21 for lack of options, but we really like to stay there for the double contact. 4-3, this is awkward. I don't know if the 6-3 distribution is worth it. I think we just peel here, yeah. Stack of 6, we're out on the outside, too many problems with it. 6-4 is likely to just come into the board and be forced off on the next 6, okay. How much is he gaining in the race? Not enough to be relevant. 2-1, I think we're just peeling again. Oh, we can play this 6-5, okay. Oh, it does look a little bit better, yeah. 5-1, holds the position. And double 3s, wow, beautiful shot for Jack. It's going to solve a lot of problems. Clears another point. Doesn't have to worry about bearing off fast, just needs to be safe. 5-2, doesn't have enough room to stay with the amoeba, so he's just going to run with 1, like that. And another beautiful clearing roll for Jack. And yeah, Art really running out of chances here. 6-4 has to play in the board, and he has to just pray not to roll a 6 here and get forced off. Oh, interesting, you can switch 5-1 to save an ace. Probably find myself playing this too. And it doesn't look like he's going to get the shot in time. 5 is going to have to go. This would be a miracle race to win. He has more than 0 chance. 4-2. Yeah, the aces might have decided it though. 6-2 is a miss. There we go. We get an extra roll. Another miss. One more deuce. I'm not sure that's enough for Art. Yeah, that'll do it. And so Jack's going to advance. And it sounds like our next match was Data Nazarian, maybe Kara Schultz, or else Karen Davis. I'm not sure which one of it. Karen Davis, I'm being told. So we will be back with more jackpot action very soon. The amoeba split is a Michi term. It's when you split your anchor to create a double shot in front of the point that they're trying to clear. Yeah. So you break with like an ace or a deuce to have 2 facing in instead. Yeah.
I was trying to do that in my last game. Like, I never got an ace or a deuce to do it.
So Dana was there. Davis. Probably like this.
Provide enough entertainment.
I got to see the beginning and suddenly
like I've won twice then.
I remember, I think I saw something from point over the other once. Yeah, that's the best. I'm not even sure. They was only point over five, I don't know. So, yeah. I was in the first round of no, but I got past it. I was not happy with the pairing. I got past these sites until later too.
Are you about to go live?
Yeah, as far as I
Cool.
know.
And you're gonna get the XG stuff going?
Oh yeah.
And you're recording it on which channel, which YouTube channel?
USBGF.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
All right, we're back with Dana Nazarian and Karen Davis about to kick it off here. Probably the second round of the jackpot, or else a different start time. I don't know. Ooh, Ben's helping us out with the layout a little bit. You guys are going to like it so much better. How many people do we have watching still? We got 32 of y'all with me. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, nice. And then we got their names doubled up. Perfect.
Sorry, I hope what I did was okay. It just was, I don't know why I did it, but whatever.
It's terrible.
They're going to start. Yeah?
Ben's coming out here to apologize for ruining how the stream looks now.
Yep. But I did get the logo put in a better spot.
Yeah.
I guess I could have moved the pick down a little bit in the bottom.
This doesn't even look like backgammon anymore.
I know.
I don't know what he did here.
I
There's
told him
actually, I
10
see,
seconds.
the board is crooked a little
I
bit.
know, I thought about fixing
Very
that,
tilting.
And I decided it was too much.
Very tilting.
I know.
For someone.
I should've
No one's
used
mentioned
a
it.
ruler in there. And
Who makes the board? This is
this is an FTH board.
FTH board with
Yeah.
gammon or checkers, right? Is that right?
No,
Oh.
FTH has the same checkers.
Okay, okay.
I mean, I don't know who makes the checkers. Maybe he gets them from Gaminer.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. 4-3 is standard 2 down. That's how Dana likes to play it too, apparently. 5-1 can
Cool.
slot in response. Thanks, Ben.
Have fun.
I will. Lots of 4 duplication there. 5-3 is probably going to make the 5 point. And this should be a very good match. 3-4 can cover, can't do anything about the back checkers though, so I guess it's just got to play down. But would like to split soon, even though this is kind of a blitzing formation. Just smoothed out a little bit. Dana not ahead enough in the race to be really under pressure to split with the ace. Must be a close option though. 6-5. Actually, it's kind of hard to find the 6-5. I don't know. I guess with 10 in the zone, we just don't want to open up the attack, and we're not ahead enough at risk of being primed enough to really have to open up there. Karen after 6-5 will be very happy to run one. Too much ahead in the race to sit on a priming game now. She does have the option of making the 3. Karen Davis, very active with the USBGF, contributes a lot to the game, plays pretty strong too. And Dana, of course, like I think probably GM level on BMAB. I don't know how much he tracks this stuff, but maybe the best is, like there's an argument that he's the best in the US for sure. So we should see really strong stuff from him. Very strong with the checkers especially, I've been told. 5-4 is going to make the 4 point roll forward nicely. So enough of a racing lead to stay in this for Karen, and both have very strong boards too, yeah. 3-1, I wonder if, I don't know how to play this one. This is tough. We'd like to address the back checkers, but then the 3 is so bad. Maybe 9-6 is going to be part of it regardless, then we figured out the rest. And maybe we aren't under so much pressure to split, but priming seems like the bigger threat now. I'm not too worried about my opponent tempo hitting with a 4 or 5. Though they don't have many other options with a 4 or 5, so maybe it is nice to stay buttoned up for now. The competing idea is that our opponent has done something with their back checkers, and so maybe we're under a little bit of pressure there. But yeah, it looks like it's okay to just play 9-5 and keep trying to focus on attacking the single checker back that cannot anchor up. And maybe if that escapes, then we'll be under more pressure to split. Tricky middle game position already, though. Oh, wow, he's going to slot instead. Okay. This seems very big. I'm not sure. Doesn't look too far off on the list there. And yeah, it actually is very close. How does Karen follow up? Double twos. What is she? She's decided she's hitting somehow and doesn't know if she wants to. I guess we would just make both points. I don't know why we would ever switch in. Oh, because we could hit the 22 as well. And so she needs to decide if she wants to make the pure point or the blitzing point. And I guess the blitzing point would be fairly clear here. But yeah, we don't even really need to hit the second checker on the deuce necessarily. Or the one back on the 22, yeah.
Boy, it's just too tempting
Tricky.
to get that checker and send it all the way back.
Found a close candidate here.
But if you get
Staying
back,
pure was important. 2-1 for Dana, okay. And 3-2 is going to anchor up at the edge, so improved her anchor situation too. And Dana has 3 back now, so fairly clear advantage, I think, for Karen, except that she's more primed. 4-2, I think, just has to go to for mobility in a prime versus prime like this, yeah. Now's the time to pop out and challenge. Karen's going to pause to think about the cube a little bit, but she has a lot of work to do to escape those 2 back checkers, so I don't think so yet. But 6-4 makes a 5 prime, that's a big step. Leaves blots everywhere and still behind the prime. We wish there was more we could do with it, but I mean, we'll take it for sure. Still plenty for both players in this game. 2-6 anchors up. The 6 is a disaster. But when it's missed, it slots a 6 prime. And this is bad enough where Karen gets to escape with tempo and she hits with a 4 that she's going to send it. Yeah, enough gammons to let this go already. 3 back behind the prime to 2. Not at the edge, all these things. Okay. They evaluated that one pretty quickly. Prime versus prime ones can be tricky like that, but both seem to know exactly where they were at. No gaps in Garen's prime, had more checkers back, had the timing. So I guess she had every aspect of and some extra gammon threat too. So everything we could be looking for in a prime versus prime to evaluate was there. 6-5 is going to run one. 11 away, 10 away. 5-4 can escape the safety as well. And we're starting with a fairly simple game. Five three makes the first point piece of new structure. Nice improvement for Dana. Karen's gonna match that. Both looking to escape their single checker back or hassle their opponents. 2 down is gonna be nice for containing. And 6-6 can't escape all the way, but it's probably going to try to get halfway. Oh, yeah, I can just make the ace on head. Interesting. Feels a little overrun for some reason, but I guess maybe we don't want to give up so much by coming out to the bar point. Yeah, sure. Nice play. And what is Dana pausing to think about? Clearly doesn't have any sort of cube here. Must just be taking a water break or something. Oh, he has a 5-4 to play. I was thinking about how to play it. Yeah, it comes in. This makes a lot of sense to me, being down in the race that we'd want to keep contact. Tricky one for him. Aces attacks for Karen. Beautiful shot for her. 4-1 cannot enter, and this seems like plenty for a cube and probably a pass. Actually, too good. Yeah, did we miss a cube last time? I guess the aces was very good, and the fan was very good too. So yeah, borderline, but nothing really. And slide decently too good. Tough for him to get back in the game. If he enters, he's under too much attacking threat, so fine to take a roll there. Four three for Dana, trailing 2, so he's definitely going to play 2 down now, I think. Oh, sorry, that was Karen's. 4-3, and she's still going to play 2 down, not trailing enough to, or leading enough to really have to adjust too much. Counter slot from Dana, duplicating 4s, and 5-2 is going to make the 4 point. We'll see if Dana can cover his 5 point slotted now. 3-3 will and make the 3-point, and the last one can be down or clean up. A little bit better to play down, okay. Aces is a beautiful priming roll. Huge improvement to Karen's position. Dana looking for a 7 out, no such luck, but he can make the bar point as well. Oh, better to split and come down to the 10. Very interesting. I would have made the bar for sure. Maybe a little bit of timing advantage to Karen, but this is a very even game. 3-2 could split and make the 5 prime. Probably better to do that than to come down here. I don't mind opening up the attack now that we have the 5 prime, I don't think. I just don't want to get stuck and allow my opponent to have the same strength priming game. Yeah, maybe Karen thought that it was a 2 that she had to play after covering, and now that she sees she actually has a 3 option. Oh, we have got a spooky season board. I like that. I don't know if we were thinking of it that way. 5-4 probably has to try to take away the advanced anchor. It doesn't do much to have the 8-point if our opponent makes the 21. But of course, just playing solid like that, it risks a lot to be sent behind the 5 prime. Either way, we're in a lot of trouble. So I think we have to go for the hit. Play for it. But wow, these options are pretty close. Yeah. And we'll see how Karen performs from the bar. Yeah, misses a sizable cube here. It seems pretty threatening. 2-1 is going to anchor at the edge and give her a little bit more advantage. 3-1 gets to cover. And so now Dana has 2 checkers behind the prime but at the edge, and Karen has 2 not at the edge. So big advantage there. Timing advantage for her, I think, as well. Not a lot of gammon threat, but I think at normal scores this should be enough for a cube. Interesting. Oh, he can block the back and step up. I was thinking 8-4 so automatically. But that is actually more important. And the 2 is still a threat to get to the edge and send another checker back. I think that almost makes the cube more clear, even though it's the stronger play. That's very interesting. Risks more gammons too. That's a tough one to find. I would not think to... The split just doesn't seem like it gets far enough, but Dana finds it. Okay, very nice from him. And Karen doesn't want to send a cube here. Okay, she's right. Yeah, he's held on to the game enough now. Aces just cracks. That's really unfortunate. What's the best way to do it? If we give up the 8, our opponent's at the edge anyway. I can't see turning it into attack 4-2 twice, so I guess we just go for the distribution across the 7 and 5 or something like this, yeah. Not a good roll. But the tempo would maybe buy us time to hit on the 21. So maybe she wants to think about switching for that reason. And now Dana with an advantage in this game, being at the edge, I guess. No cube for him, even trailing though. Not much of an advantage. 3-2 can't follow up with much. We could just clear the bar point and cover. But that takes away the high blocking points that he had. He is already split. It's probably the thing to do. I don't think we want to leave it slotted either. 24-22 doesn't look all that strong. Leaves lots of attacking options. So I think we do just button up on the other side. Yeah, I'm not sure why we want to step up 24-22 with it. It is, so leaving it slotted means that if we don't get hit with the 5, that we can cover and have a 6 prime. That seems pretty nice, but otherwise it just seems like it leaves a lot of options for our opponent. It does get up to the edge of the prime. Sorry, the 24-point checker doesn't see the light right now, so I guess there's that. 5-4, I think needs to stay on the anchor. It's still down in the race after it runs, so I'm more inclined to just play to the 4-point and continue to threaten the attack. But yeah, when we get away with this, we're still losing, and we're not going to get away with this. We're going to be hit with 6s and 3s, and this is going to turn into an attack with a better board. So not the time to try to escape the prime when we actually have slightly better timing than our opponent. Should be happy to kind of sit in this game. Hitting off the edge is a reasonable alternative here. That is the second best play by a long shot, but it freezes our opponent's movement and doesn't allow us to like maintain that timing advantage that we had when we attack. So a lot of times in prime versus prime, we want to leave them on the board and let them move. Let them roll something big by chance. You're welcome. Rory? For coffee or something? Yeah. Finds the best after all. Just needed to take our time to find it. 2-4, not a lot of room here, but we can step up 22 and play behind to the ace. I think that maintains the most position. And Karen threatening quite a bit, having an anchor of our own, but her opponent not having one. But still a lot of work to do to escape the prime, so I don't think it's enough to be in cube territory or anything like this. But if I had to pick a side, and I guess the other option for Dana would be just clearing the 8, maybe. I don't think he's going to think about slotting from the bar, but he's done wilder things. Maybe making the ace actually seems reasonable to him as well, but just seems better to have the better points and to step up to the edge, even though we're going to be attacked a lot there. Maintain our structure while we can. Yeah. Five, 4. I think it's going to have to hit off the edge.
And jump out.
And then I still don't know if we're ahead enough. Maybe we're running out of timing where we have to do this while they're on the bar. That seems reasonable. Yeah, it's pretty, I'm not sure we're all that protected if we play 13-8 anyway. We're kind of all in either way. So I guess why not split?
I was gonna say, I would think hitting 2 would be slightly better than going down, but that's a little bit.
Hitting 2 breaks a priming point, though. Tough to follow up on, and we need the 5s to escape so much. So, yeah, we just play for the whole game here. When this works, we win.
That's a hitter.
Does it? Yeah, it hits on the bar, I guess. Okay. Nice shot for Dana. How does Karen follow up with an ace? Can't cover, but the ace is good. What does the 3 do? I guess just break the midpoint, huh? Everything else leaves directs instead. We don't really need it that much. We keep all our structure in place when we play 4-1, but I just don't think we can risk having another checker sent behind structure like that. Ace 3 is going to hit and hit twice. Yeah, okay, sure. Beautiful shot for Dana. He's going to lose his market by a mile, I think. Ooh, double 2s is... Yeah, is this... And I think now, I mean, he could have been too good very easily, but this probably is not worth playing on anymore. And I think it's still cashable with 4 back, threatening a 5th and a 6th. It's a lot of gammons when it goes right when he performs on this next roll. And he can still roll like an ace 5 or a 2-5 and close a 6 prime immediately and be threatening to crack her that way. A lot of troubles. When he's going to take a roll instead, okay, and fans. And that tempo is actually going to put Karen in very great shape. A 6 or a 5 is going to put her like right in this game. 50-50 game just with 1 fan. 4-3, not that bad. It covers at least. Hopefully it buys another fan for her. Probably we bring in from the 8 for distribution, but I'm not really sure. I'd have to see them both. Looks like nice to have a checker on another point like that. And Dana has a double still and a clear take now. But fans again, and now what does Karen have? I don't think she's improved enough to have a cube here. I think she's actually a little worse off than she was last roll, having given up the priming point. But a 6 or a 5 is going to be a big swing. No 6, no 5, so it looks like we're stacking up the 3 for lack of options. Oh, we can slot the ace, yeah. So now she's back to having a pass. That's very interesting. And we'll see if Dana, I mean, he hasn't been jumping on this yet, but about to crack, so maybe he'll see it this time. Nope, still going to roll through it. Okay. Double 6s fans, and he's really given a lot of Karen, a lot of free chances to Karen here. 3-1 is going to cover now. And 2-5 finally. Okay. Does this need to pop out for mobility or cover the prime? Probably cover. Probably cover. And even if we don't roll something that escapes next time, we can gracefully clear the 8. 4th he is going to crack, and now we are massively too good for Dana. 3-2 gets to hit and continue. And he is in very good shape to win at least 2 points here, though. So he's gained that, I guess. 2s is going to crack a little more. Things going about as poorly as possible for Karen in this game. Other than not holding a 2 cube. 4-1 is going to send another checker back. I don't think Dana minds at all if Karen establishes the second anchor because she just doesn't have time to hold it anyway. There's no playable back game here. 3-1. I'm not sure if there's something he can roll where you would think about hitting loose on the edge. If you would break the prime for that. Interesting that he should make a blocking point out of that. I guess force aces to play from the back and clean up maybe somehow. I don't know. 3-2. Be nice to get into range of attacking on the ace, so sure. Come on in. Seems good. Another fan. And 4-1 will finally be happy to hit loose on the ace. And no other ace after we do that. I guess we could split the 7 or 8 for more covers, but I mean 23 to 22 seems fine. Not really sure why we want to overplay it that way. I mean, I don't think we're too worried about our opponent going forward and hitting on the bar, the 8 or anything like that, but I just don't see really a big upside in this. It's not so important to cover the ace. Another fan looking for 6s and 7s to cover, and he gets one. Gets the 4 is going to keep coming. Yeah, I would have thought the 4-0-2. Maybe it is still. Just low replies. 2-5. Got one in. So Dana under a little pressure to clean up now. Can play 7-5 with it. Well, he's going to leave it there. Okay. Just try to cover the... 2-3. Enters and plays behind. Okay. And I guess Dana looking to cover the 7 point to keep Karen from mobilizing any of those checkers. Probably better to not give the tempo when our opponent rolls a 5 and just have double shots out there. So I'm ready to clean up 7-3, even though it's a little bit deep. Four 6 can't move. 5-1. I guess maybe 15 to 14 and 13 to 8 now. Leave too many fly shots the other way. Oh, this is fine too, okay. So he's happy to leave the 5-2 and 5-6, I guess. 3-6 is gonna bury another checker. 6s is, we only have 3 to play. We have some bad rolls next roll though. Karen looking for any sort of 5 here. Guess 5-1 not that great. 3-1's a lot worse. And 4-2 clears safely with pretty good distribution too. Nice roll for Dana. Pretty good distribution for where he was. 4s can't move, okay. So we're threatening a lot of backgammons here too. 6-2 is gonna have to bury one to the ace. That's gonna slow it down a little bit, but not quite 5% backgammons yet. Cocked, fortunate. Another chance at rolling a 5 or a 6. 6 is huge. Five 3, I think is probably worth just clearing from the rear. Yeah, we have to leave shots otherwise. 5-2 can pop out. Interested by this lift to the ace. 4-3 is going to take 2 off. Okay. And that'll help a lot. Maybe, yeah, this isn't, we can come around and cover the 3, yeah. Feels like the containment's pretty nice. 6-4 clears safely, but stacks another checker on the ace, slowing down the backgammons. 5-2 is going to have to leave a shot. I'm not sure if Karen wants to hit it or not. I don't know if it helps all that much with no board.
You're up. They're trying to get over you to play.
5-4 is going to repeat one last time. And 4-2 needs to run one of the back checkers, I think. Yeah, we need to get off the backgammons. Oh, but she's just going to play in instead, too. Okay. Well, that's going to increase the backgammons a little bit. 4-3. So 2 up, she'll get off every time next time. Okay, none there. Yeah. Double aces, threatens. And Karen will resign a gammon. And on to 9-away, 9-away. And Dana's still playing a really sharp game with the checkers, but missed a sequence of the same cube over and over again. So looking hard on the PR right now. 6-1 for Karen to open, makes the bar point. 3-3, up and down. Wants to think about making the 3 instead. It's fine. It's basically an equivalent alternative, but unstacking one of the stacks of 5 is just very strong. Okay, we like to do switch the 8 to 5 when our opponent doesn't gain from the fly shots, but here they do, so it's a little bit of an overplay. Not bad though. Up and down with the 6s looks good for Karen. Clear advantage in the race, just looking to escape. And 6-1, forced to play the 6 behind. Not in a rush to. And I don't think this is enough of an advantage to send the cube against a 21-point holding game. Not that much of a racing advantage. Needs to clear the 18 before she really has much to think about. Not in a big rush to do it either, since Dana's board is better. 5-1, likely just to play to the ace, I guess. Look at this. He should just come off right now, though. I would not have thought to break the 18, or she should. We do have a good racing lead, but I mean, the 5s are hitting pretty comfortably with an anchor, even with that Blotten board. But yeah, I guess we're very stripped, and playing the ace is a big deal there. So nice find by Karen. 5-2 gets to hit. And Karen responds with a deuce of her own to send another checker back. Working on escaping a little bit more. Only one checker to deal with now. 4-3 can hit loose again. I think it's better than making the 8. Dana with the slightly better board going for the attack and gets a fan out of it. Okay. So has 1 tempo gain, still down 19 pips in the race. Lots to deal with. Okay, does he make the 3 or make the pure point? Maybe the pure point is worth it here. Keep it slotted. I don't know. Could be hard to fill in the 4 otherwise. Okay, we can mobilize a back checker this way though, and we leave no shots. So yeah, usually going to be better to just cover, but tricky one for me. Now what does he have? He's only got 9 in the zone, rolling very quickly. Yeah, still not much. 5-2 can. Well, if we cover the 8, I don't really like our deuce. So maybe we should just come off the 20 somehow. So we can play 11 to 9. Not too bad, okay. 20 to 15 and 13 to 11 in close candidate as well. And Karen finds a 4-6 from the bar, can't hit, but can try to run to safety. I think just running out to the double shot is fine. Triple shot it is. Okay, that'll slow her down a little bit, but it forces, 2 of the shots force him to break a point at least. And the upside, of course, of being missed is huge. It delays our opponent from making a better board or potentially pointing on head in the board. 13 to 7-2, just not very good for distribution. Nice find by Karen. Dana pausing to think, but still has work to do here. Quite a bit of it. If he loses his market on a hit, it shouldn't be by too much. 6-1 is going to hit with the ace, and maybe the 6 should just come around the bend. Builder distribution looking very strong there. I don't think there's any way to meaningfully clean up from the 11 and 10 anyway, too. 11's already out of range, and 10 would just slot. Connecting 21 to 15 is an interesting idea, though. If we were ahead in the race more, I think that would be better. But we're still slightly down after the play. So I think having the anchor a little more valuable here. Yeah, Ian, Dana missed a sequence of prime versus prime cubes. Same thing kind of repeated 4 times over. They're all like huge double takes or double passes even. Ended up too good. 3-6 fans. Okay, and now we have a pretty clear advantage for Dana. This seems worth cubing. And can Karen afford to take this with her racing situation without having any sort of board and 2 back? It feels like that's still playable, yeah. But I mean, making the 4 points can be pretty devastating and lose a lot of gammon, so I think Dana's got to send this cube. Well, fortunately for everyone that missed the sequence, you can just rewind the video. All right, this is just going to make 2 points after missing the cube, the 8 and the 9, and solidify and wait for next roll, and we'll see how he wants to follow it up afterward. I would have thought, I'm not sure, I guess the 10 is worth enough to be worth giving up the 13 for it. Very interesting. Seems so natural to just make both points. Gives up a lot on 4-6 though, I guess, is the idea. Yeah, I think I would have found this too. I guess we don't really like the 9 when we have the 3 made as part of it as well. 4-1, I don't think it wants to enter high here. Should get rid of any ideas of the cube here too. Karen is tucked away in a safe place for now. 6-4. Oh, it's so weird to switch the 8 for the deuce here. Is there something better we could do though? Maybe not. 20. I would have thought about 21 to 11. They're very close. 3-2 can cover and play down with the deuce, I guess. Just stay out of direct range. Only 6-2, 6-1, and 5-2. And Dana not threatening all that much again, but we're close with the fly shots. Threat of closing the bar, the 4, maybe hitting loose. I don't know. 7s are a bit duplicated. 3-2 does not do much again. Maybe we just want to put 2 checkers on the 6 point. We already talked about how the 9 and the 8 aren't that valuable when point is made 6 away from it, so better to turn it into builders here. No need to do anything dramatic like slot either yet, I don't think. 4-1, I think, just wants to clean up to the 6 most likely. And rely on biggest advantage. I mean, she's not leading the game, but the race is her best chance. So I think Karen should keep focusing on that. 6-3 can't attack or make any valuable points. So maybe what is going to happen? Are we just going to stack up the 3? That's hard to do. Can't come off the anchor in this position though. It just gives up too much, and it's hard to imagine what play off the bar point is going to make sense too. So just by process of elimination, I guess we're stacking up the 3 as ugly as that looks. Still slightly ahead in the race though. Still might be able to deploy those checkers to attack on the ace. When our opponent runs with a 6, we still have the mid to cover, so plenty of good things going on. All right, 2 down, understandable there. Just can't stand to play so impure. And it's going to make a 6 a very strong roll though. And Karen in command of this game now. 18 pips could be enough for a cube, especially on a fan. Should still be takeable though, with a very strong board and plenty of work to do to fill in the 5 and bring this home safely. Here it comes. Guess the open 4-point for Dana could be giving him some pause. Not as strong a structure as he can be, so he doesn't always win when he hits a shot, but his 4-point board does look to be enough here, and he should be able to fill in that 4-point with a lot of ease too. So I think it looks good enough to take for the contact here. And against only a 2-point board like this too, I don't think the extra checker represents a lot of extra gammons yet. Finds a comfortable take. Serious market loss on 2-1, 1-1, 2-2 kind of rolls though. 4-1, we'll just bring a builder into the zone. Down to the 8, good for distribution. 2-6 is gonna slot the 4. We'll see how Karen follows up next. Making the 5 or pointing on head are both very strong. 6-4, I think she'd rather make the 5, but this is good. Can potentially move the contact up higher. Dana probably hoping to come in on the ace instead. 4-6, I think is just gonna pop out. Avoid having to semi-kill a checker. And 3-2 gets to hit and continue the 8 for distribution. Things going well for Karen. 5-4, I think maybe we enter and avoid being attacked on the 20 while also covering the point. Looks pretty good to me. Just popping out is very good too though. I don't think we want to enter on the 20. Doesn't look like the double shot is going to happen anytime soon, so I don't think we're getting much extra by diversifying in the back there. Just risk mainly. Could have mobility problems next roll though, so I understand coming out a little bit too. Oh, and when they roll a 3-1, we're challenging the blot on the midpoint directly too, so there's some upside there to coming out. 5-2, so I don't think it has the same upside, so maybe it doesn't need to come out this time, yeah, and it's kind of more okay to just play off the 6 now. So the opportunity was to come challenge the blot on the midpoint and keep our opponent from making the 5 so comfortably. Two 2-1 can't get the safety, so the challenge works. I think we reduce some shots by playing 13-11. Then we can just play in 7-6 and be closer to bearing off. Four 3 misses. Gets the blot to safety though. Still some racing chances for Dana here. Though he is in pretty square racing double pass territory, mostly counting on contact. And likely to be forced to run right very soon too. 4-1, I guess probably just 8-3. Six is forced off. I think you would choose to go with 5s as well. Anything else can cover. Pretty nice shot for Dana to hold the position for one roll. 4-3 is going to have to play 7-3, 6-2, or 5-2, I do believe. So Karen's position deteriorating and a lot less scary for Dana to run. He doesn't get the chance to do so, then they're going to have to break his board. I would have thought to leave it there to try to remake the 6 at some point, but decides he wants no blot liabilities now. 4-3 is going to be forced to clear the 6 or the 5, I'm pretty sure. I don't think we can volunteer a shot right here. And 4-3 still can't run, but it can bury 2 checkers to the ace without losing any more board points. 4-1, oof, no safe play here. So it looks deceiving, like maybe we could give up the 5 to make the ace, but how do we get home after that? I think we just have to volunteer from the 8 right now. Only leaves double 2s in addition to the 4. Wow, look at this. That's actually the worst of the 3. The 7-6, 7-3. Oh, we can play them both out the 7 and not leave any extra shots. So that is clearly safer. But somehow just making the ace and trying to roll that way and allow our opponent to, why do we want the ace there? I'm not very clear on that. Seems like we can clean up faster every other way. All right, he gets tricked into the 8-3. Not a big difference here. 5-1 misses. Maybe the, I really don't understand exactly how the follow-up's better after the other one. 2-1 cleans up safely. But there's a lot of wastage on Karen's side. Wastage on Dana's too, but I mean, it's going to make the race a little bit closer, such that it's like a 70-30 game here. I think Dana's happy to stay back with the 5-point board for contact. Seems to clearly favor him. 6-1 is going to leave a shot. We can reduce shots by advancing. I think that's more important than making the ace. And the 2 hits. Interesting. I thought 8-5 to clean up might be worth not leaving the fly shot, but better to cover the 6-1 or any other 6 that would just park there, I guess. 6-6. Ooh, Karen saves everything with that roll. And it looks like she'll be hanging on for a 9-0, 7-0 lead. Big favorite. Dana can still roll a big set to get into this, though. No 4 miss for Karen yet either. Another 2 checkers off for Karen, looking good. Needs to deal with that stack on the 5 soon, though. Hasn't been able to take any off there yet. Lots of misses available as long as we keep creating gaps deeper in the board. 4s, okay, only 1 checker off, but it solves that stack, and we don't lose a roll yet because we were odd, so I think that's a very good roll. Yeah, Dana needs quite a bit to catch up here. I think 2 sets from here, and none for Karen. Needs to start with 6s or aces probably too. I don't know if 3s is enough. No, it's not. Yep. All right. 9-0, 7-0. We continue. Six, 4. Yeah, trailing, we want to make the 2-point. What is this, 2-2? Yeah, it's going to want to advance the anchor and make the 4 then, I think. Oh, wow, it can sit back, though. That's very interesting. I guess when our opponent has an attacking position, as we learned from Mochi, there's just no pressure to split. Dana, or to advance the anchor for that much matter. Our 24 is doing a lot of work. 4-1, probably going to attack here, because why not? Down in the race a little bit. Better board. Interesting that 13-8 is so good for distribution, too. Dana, on the other hand, was behind a priming structure with the 4 being made, so that split with the deuce was very important. Yeah. 6-1, can't make another blocking point or a board point, so I guess it's probably just going to run with the racing lead, yeah. Seems like the best he's got. 6-2, can't reach any blots for Karen. She's going to need to keep the anchor, so maybe the best she has is to just slot the 5-point here. Interesting that slotting the bars a little bit better, I'm not sure why that is. 8-6 duplication, or probably 6s. Are useful already on Dana's side, where 4s aren't quite as much. 4 hits and 3 gets to make the 10, okay. 6-1, can't hit anything, 6 is uncomfortable. Maybe 8-2 is okay, but usually when we're not sure what to do with it, just popping out to the bar point is fine like this. Provoke some contact in the outfield. Dana can clean a lot up with this. Is it better to make the 5-point or stack up on the 10? Probably make the 5-point here. So I guess we can link up with the 15, 13-8. And then make the 5, looks like it to me. But look at this, we should just make the racing play and come around. Maybe that's going to lead to more efficient cubes and less trouble clearing the point, just coming into a race, but still seems like there's a lot of work to do to fill in these gaps against, like the 22 points going to generate a lot of very valuable contact if we can't fill in the 5. I'm surprised there's this big of a difference here. I guess we're very stripped and likely to leave a shot next time when we make the 5 point. This is hard to see though. Did you miss a lot? I guess you missed a couple matches last night, some of one match and all of another match, and then one match this morning. So we're still early in the tournament for sure. Yeah, it's hard to see what's wrong with this position. I think I would find this here too. Maybe we're worse off when our opponent makes the 7 this way, but nice find by Dana. Well done. And Karen's going to roll a 6-1, which is going to make slot 2 points. Sure, okay. Not a lot else to do there. And Dana needs to pause to think about it with 34 pips in the race, but has so much work to do against the 22 that I feel like this is a fairly clear take, yeah. Hard to imagine how he's going to lose his market here. Oh, was I unplugged that whole time? That would be hilarious. How many matches will be broadcast? I guess it was, hopefully it just wasn't clicked in. That's funny. I don't know how many, but we're probably going until dinner break and then a bunch after dinner too. I'm going to say 5. I hope that's not a reason to leave and stop watching. Too many matches, not enough matches, I don't know. Yeah, what an interesting play with those 5s before to arrive at this position. I guess there's good flexibility and a lot of chances to attack and make new points, but it just looks like so much work to do and just less when we make the 5 points, so I don't know. Difficult one for me. 5-2, I think we're just going to play to the ace and 10-8 or something. I don't see any reason to volunteer things here. Wow, it's the time to slot though. I guess deuces are a little bit duplicated. They're very close. We do gain so much when we get away with slotting the 5, and I understand that a little bit, but yeah, I think I would have found Dana's play here too. 6-1. Yeah, I think both just want to come off the 8 here probably. Yeah, okay, slotting it is an overplay on ++. Look at this, we can give up the midpoint and volunteer an ace there. I wouldn't have found that. Seems reasonable though. And 5-3, finally, I think it's better to make the 5 point, but we could hit and cover the ace. I don't think we need to get another blot involved, though, to win this game. So why not just make that structure and make the ride home easy? 4s. Oh, Karen gets to improve to a bar point holding game here. Better to stay back for more contact. This is a very tricky one because the contact with the midpoint is so good when we take this, but we're down 26 pips in the race that it's better to stay back and just have longer contact here. We've got the space to just run off the 18 and wait. And we really do give our opponent a lot of ways to just play safely behind us and take the pressure off their position when we take the pressure off that open 4 point. So yeah, they're very close plays here. And with such a strong board, if we do improve to the 18, we should stay back and keep the additional goalkeeper contact on the 22, being down in the race so much. Tough play to find. Yeah, it is. Wow, look at this. On ++ now it's a lot better to make the 18. Okay. Man, I'm glad I'm running some of these on ++. It's easy to get confused by the 3-ply being a little bit off when it's, I mean, this is a pretty major difference in analysis levels here. All right, so we'll see where this ranks on the list. And now Dana is happy to cube. Yeah, he is threatening to clear with a big racing lead, but still a trivial take for Karen. Yeah, so this gave up quite a bit to release the contact on the 22. Maybe you still would have had a double after that for the gammon threat.
This is not the super jackpot, right? This is a different one?
Aces, I think this is what we have room to do to restrict movement a little
Right,
bit.
'cause I thought
slot a point, sure.
Dana's in the finals of the Super Jackpot.
3-2 gets to, maybe mobility is more important, but making the board point looks pretty good too. 4-3.
Did that show that Dana was
I
playing
think just
7?
clearing the 9 is good as well. Oh, interesting. She should just play inside the board like this. That's a nice find by Karen. Where's the 4 comes in with it? Okay, I see. 6-2 is going to release the midpoints for lack of options. Oh, could have played like that. Okay, 6-6 is next. 6-6 is forced. And lots of shots coming up quick now. 5 can cover. Karen's board is ready. Oh, she can actually come off for more contact from the anchor too. Tricky one to find. Would have got a double shot here instead of the single. And she's going to think about the recube, but not a favorite to hit it, so it can't be a favorite quite in the game either. 5-1 does hit it though, and that's going to decide the game almost certainly, and we should have a claim to move on to 9 away, 5 away. There aren't enough gammons, I don't think, to play on here. Back it comes, and a pass. Not enough matches, okay. Well, then you can tune out if it's 5 isn't enough. Here we go with the 6-3. Trailing, we still just make the normal split play. How does Karen follow up? With a double hit, which I've seen is still good even at these leading scores. 5-6 only enters 1, and so Karen with a clear tempo advantage, looking to hit and cover the ace most likely, or make the 5 points pretty good. Dana needing an ace to get back into this easily. 3s will work as well. That will establish the 22 and then probably unstack 9-3. I guess, well, with the blot and board, I guess we can make the 5 point, just make the better board. And I know Dana prefers to do this. Wow, I'm surprised to see him make the 3 in this case, but then the 5 in the earlier position. But okay, 6s is going to make both bar points. No consistency from Dana. He's confusing me. And then is this a 6-3 for Dana here? This can cover and slot the deuce. I think we want to stay in the way of the bar point. We can't make a better point anyway, so we'll make some sort of blocking point there. Slotting 2 points looks okay as well.
That was quite loud.
The first one was very loud.
It's a little frightening, but it's not a big deal to me. Other people are much more frightened.
So, I think advantage for Karen, but there's plenty of play. Even when she escapes the 18 points, it's probably takeable for Dana just on contact with the 22 in a lot of cases. So I don't think this can ever be enough for Cube, especially at a leading score. She's going to pause to think it through, unless she already rolled the 6-3, in which case I guess I would just give up the midpoint. But yeah, 4-3 can cover the ace. Don't see much more productive to do with it than that. Surprised I'm making the 4 so close there. I guess Dana's board is Swiss cheese right now, so we can take that opportunity. 6 is going to be, we're too far down in the race to come off the 22, so we're going to be forced to break the 8s. And then I guess 5-4 consolidates plots as best, but 6-5 is the pure point. I don't know. Yeah, we do have ways to cover the 4 later, and maybe we're not getting that many shots now anyway. We're not that excited to hit them anyway. It's a bit of a dilemma. We make 5-4 if we want to hit a shot now. And 6-5 is if we're planning on not being ready yet anyway. Karen wants to decide if the ace to hit is going to be enough to lose her market. I still don't think so. By quite a bit. Yeah, not a cube at normal scores, so not going to be here either. I think it's okay to hit and try to get away with this, especially because there aren't really any better options, but there's a lot of return fire here for Dana too. So gets off needs to get off a 6 or a 5, so I don't see a big difference between these two. Oh, there's some 4 duplication with covers, okay. 3-6 can pop out to give some distraction in the outfield, I like that. 13-7 is a fine idea too. And Karen's still with work to do to clean up both these blots and then come home against the 22, so still no cube I don't think, but we're getting closer, okay. the threat of hitting the blot on the 9 actually does threaten some gammons. So maybe this would be a cube at normal scores for that volatility now. But at 5-way, 9-way, we need to respect the recube and slow down a little bit here. And our gammons are going to be worth a little bit less too. But given how often she's been thinking about the cube already, I wouldn't be surprised to see her. I mean, she's improved quite a bit from when she first started thinking about it. So it feels like she was thinking about it then that the cube's supposed to come now. But we'll see. Sometimes if you respect your opponent's game quite a bit too, you want to find a time to get a more volatile cube in. Maybe she doesn't want to miss out on the opportunity to win a gammon here. 4-2, I don't know what we're supposed to do with this. I guess we kind of have to hit. We can bring the other one around the bend. It's so many returns though. We have to leave shots either way, so I feel like we might as well put our opponent in the air. Interesting that we should not play down 13 to 11 instead. Why is that so much better? Less blots? Okay. I guess it adds a 4-5 in addition to the 4-6, 3-6, 2-6, so it is kind of more shots too. Yeah, okay. The quality of the ace hits just seems stronger, but I guess there's a lot of returns after that too. I don't know. It's a little bit tricky. I think it was, y'all. Sneeze commentary is hilarious. I guess she wants to get on a entering 3 is the idea there. Finding some duplication. 4s is going to work pretty well. That's going to hit, that's going to cover. And I guess we're going to make the 9 as well with the last one. So pretty clear advantage for Dana after that. There's no way of avoiding that for Karen, really. 4-3 fans and trailing. I mean, is this cashable now? I mean, it's so many blots around, better board. I guess we could think about playing on, but then I see the race is down 17, and it feels like there must be play of some sort. Yeah, way too good here. Okay. 6-4 is going to hit twice. Beautiful shot. It does look like every number pretty much is going to hit. I guess double 2s only made the 5 point, yeah. 5-4 enters 1. So the race is always going to be recouped there. It's kind of part of it. I think 2 down looks pretty nice here. Not sure why 9 to 7 would be better. Oh, because the 6s come out. Yes, we want to diversify the little numbers to attack on the 5 point. I think he's looking for some way to get to hit on the 5 instead, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, he's worried about, okay, finds the best of it. I guess making the 10 point would be fearing the double 5s while you're playing on. Most numbers should hit loose on the 5 here. 3-1 is one of them. Karen needs a 5 to stay in the fight for that high anchor. Save a lot of gammons if she can make it. 1-6 at least threatens to make the 24 point, which can save some gammons too and give some counterplay. 2-1 gets to cover, and probably the ace is 22 to 21 for mobility now, I think. Not sure what value we get out of basically any other aces here. Fan from Karen. Dana looking for 9s and 11s and 12s. 4-1. I think we can just slot the bar here, and that's going to give us the most ways to attack on the ace and not kill the checker, but yeah, a little bit inefficient and risks just having a dead checker if Karen rolls the ace there. But she fans. Doesn't even get as many direct shots. So I think, okay, this, maybe you didn't want to duplicate the 6 that's going to hit, want to diversify the 4s to hit while the 6s escape. I think that was his idea there. 4s fans. 6-3 still can't hit. Can come out. We're not really under so much pressure now, so maybe 13-4 looks kind of nice if we want to get more small numbers to play. But again, just slotting the bar very strong here. No ace. Karen can anchor up. Under a lot of threat of being closed out now. 5-4 is going to hit. 5 can come out, I guess? Yeah. It's a little bit too front-loaded and deep to play into the 3. We don't have that many numbers that we're going to use to cover. We have enough from the 6 already, and we get a lot of indirects anyway from the 9. So we don't gain a ton by coming in. 4-6 misses. Dana looking to close out here. 6-5 does that. And if the 5 comes around the bend, I guess it's fine. Yeah, I would probably do that. I'm not sure why we would play into the 3 instead. 6-1, we're going to leave double 6s, I think, however we play it. Not sure why we want to be on the 7, though. I think I probably would have tried to play into the 5 instead. But it all must be close stuff. Into the 5 looks good here now. The issue with being on the 7 is that we have to play it to the ace a lot of times like this in future sequences, so would have liked to avoid that. 3-1, infinite gammons if we're just safe, so probably we need to first prioritize evening out on the 5. Oh, clearing the 6 entirely. Okay, that's an idea too. It's going to give up not enough backgammons when we play that way. And they're very relevant here, all the way up to 20% if we play most aggressively. 4-1 is 2 off. So Dana with a real chance of winning 3 points here. 6-1 is going to take 2 off. And playing another game on too good. I don't think this one he missed anything though. 5-4 is clearing from the rear. 4-1 can't enter. Okay, backgammon's getting very high. And avoids the 2 high numbers. I think we can even out to be on even rolls anyway here too. And we're up to 37% gammons. I don't know if I've seen it that high before. 6-5 is going to save a ton of them. Okay. Only 16% gammons now. And high numbers can leave a shot if Karen can stay in the air with one. Needs an ace or a deuce or a set. Gets it. Maybe it's worth just taking, no, I don't think we get enough out of taking 2 off here. So yeah, from the back to even out a little bit. Sets leave a shot though. And did Karen roll a 2-1 there? No, he's thinking about his 2-1 still, okay. Down to 5.8% backgammons. 3-2 fans, okay, a little more chance. And 3s is going to leave a shot, but when it's missed, it's going to win a lot of backgammons.
Hi, sweetie. It's so good to see you. It's been so long. Likewise.
5-4 can get 1 out, and she's going to need a set to save it now. So 88% to win a backgammon for Dana. Pretty huge. 5-2, 2 off. 2s are better. 4-3 can't do it. And so we're going to lose a backgammon. And we're going to move on to 6 away, 5 away.
There's been hi. Early with the registration this year, my friend.
I know.
He got locked out the first year.
You got my friend the first year.
Yeah, he got locked out. We only could take 64. We didn't have draw sheets for more.
Candace, did you meet my friend Cynthia at the club?
Say that again?
Cynthia, she came to a recently.
All right, 6-4 to open. Close enough that we can probably still make the 2-point if we want. I don't think we want to adjust to running quite yet. Karen's going to go for the split, though, and this is actually best at the score, too. Split's always a good option. 5-2 needs the tempo hit on the ace after this split. We'll see if Dana knows this second roll theory. Close enough to not do it, but okay. Yeah. Not surprising to me that he wouldn't have that one memorized necessarily, because I just don't think that's like style of player that he is. 5-point gets made. Beautiful shot for Karen. 6-3. I think wants to just run, but it's still down in the race, so maybe it does need to hit actually. And stepping up with it doesn't, it's very provocative. I don't know, maybe the best game plan is to just escape. This is a very tough play. It just seems like so many shots to hit on the bar and step up. Any 2 or 3 is going to hit loose, maybe a 4 or 5, a 6 is going to hit loose on the bar, so what misses, you know? And we're outboarded. So why not just play for the race, even though we're down a little bit? Yeah. It feels like what the strategy's calling for here, but I think I would have found Dana's play as well. 2-4 is going to link up and make the bar point anchor with a small racing lead. Beautiful improvement there. Making the 4 point also always has to be a candidate, but I think it leaves a few too many shots and fly shots and things like that. Not a big enough gain where the bar point feels like it's forever here. 3-1 gets to make a nice offensive point. Dana with a little bit of teeth in his position now. 4-3, it's going to be a lot harder for Karen to improve now. 2 down. Yeah, so a lot of fly shots here. 3-5, 6-2. 6-5 is just going to escape. Dana happy with that game for sure. And in a very close race, 4s is going to escape, and Karen's just going to win this now. Surprised it should just want to come around with 15 pip lead. Yeah, and she'll usually, well, not usually, I think she'll often have a cube next sequence, but an average roll from Dana would only be a 7 pip lead, so then she wouldn't. 10 pips is definitely going to keep the cube off. 2 down looks fine. Or slotting the 4, yeah, that's good too. And double aces is going to even out this race quite a bit. You can bring 2 in, or just go for distribution, okay. A little bit of both for Karen. 3-1 isn't enough to decide any sort of racing stuff. 3 down, 1 in, okay. 5-1 can only bring 1 in. Yeah, maybe we put 2 on the 4 point here, actually, would be nice. 5 in, and down to the 4, okay. 6-3, still down in the race, so wants to keep the mid. I guess making the 4 and slotting the 3 makes sense then. Yeah, this should be fine as well. Everything's very close in these decisions. 4-1, again, yeah, as long as we get to the 4 point, I think we're doing well. Want to make sure we don't have gaps there later. 6s is going to claim this game, I think. 17 pips. Yeah, in an 89 pip race, average should be close to the take pass. 6-3 is probably enough to take. But I think the cube's coming either way. Point of last take, and this should be we round up to 90 and then add 10 and divide by 10. So our point of last take is going to be like the nearest 10 after we round up and add 1. So that's 10 pips. 2 pips shy means we should have an initial double. Anything shy of that means the opponent has a take 2, and I don't think there's any big reasons to adjust the cube to the score here. I wouldn't know them if they were adjusting it by a pip or so, but we're square in the middle of the window anyway, so it should be a comfortable take kind of regardless. I expect both will find this pretty comfortably. Nothing too tricky going on in this racing situation. Dana does have a little bit of wastage being so stacked up on the 8 and the 7, very likely to have to play those deep. But Karen's not doing much better over there. Karen takes, already made her decision. 6-1. Interesting. I would have thought playing to the deuce was better, but okay. 3-1 can bring 2 in, but has lost some ground in the race. Six 3 looks like another 2 in. Three 1 in and off. 3-1 can only get in 1 in for Karen. Falling behind in this race quickly. 6-1, I think both off the 6 point makes a lot of sense, but filling in the 3 should be fine as well. I guess, yeah, we just want to take checkers off when we're ahead like this. Ooh, Karen is going to close the gap in this race by quite a bit, all the way up to the 3rd chances of winning. 2 off for Dana is pretty good to stay ahead in this one, but slightly below average, so a little bit worse than 2/3 favorite now. Karen needs to count the race to reassess, realizes she's still too much down to recube, especially at a leading score like this. It's going to be far harder to find the recube. 2 off and 2 to the deuce. Okay, leading in the race now. Does that make her a favorite here? It looks like it does slightly. Yeah, and smooths out here too. But again, not enough for a cube. We're still quite a bit shy. Probably have to get a little further ahead than usual, if anything. It has some distribution issues too. 3-1, I think we should spend our whole world fix those and unstack the 6, yeah. 5-2 can get 1 off and probably 4-2. That looks like very nice distribution. Creeping into the lead again, Dana is. 6-1 can take 1 off, and I would have thought the 2 to ace as well, but 5-4 to avoid missing on 4s is better. Okay, makes sense. 4-1 takes 1 off, and what better than 6-5? Small underdog again, yeah. Double 2s can fix our distribution issues with 6-4 twice. Beautiful. After taking 2 off. Very nice shot for Karen. She put her fairly clearly in the lead. 4-3 takes 2 off. And I still don't think, oh, look at this. So she actually gets to send it a little earlier this late in the game, apparently. Usually these numbers wouldn't indicate a double, but I'll have to learn about that score in the dynamics there, I guess. But 4 points does get her to Crawford, so I could see how it would be worth a little bit more. And there's actually not that much like recube, vig, turnaround kind of stuff anyway this late in the game. 4-3 is going to spread out nicely, but it's a miss. We'll see if Karen can find the cube here now, pausing to think about it again. Yeah, he must have a higher than usual take point. I got to look at that real quick. Yeah, we can see this on the board. So White's take point on a dead cube is 28%. It's a live cube all the way down to 20.7, but it's not as alive as usual, so it probably plays practically a little bit higher than usual. That's what's going on there.
It's okay, I'm safe. It's okay, I'm safe. Rub it for a while and then I'll guess who it is.
With the lead in the match, though, not surprised to see Karen roll on there. And 3-2 takes 2 off, and I think this is going to be enough to lose the market now. I think Karen will find it here. All the way up to past 90%. Should be a pretty easy pass for Dana. And on we go to 6-away, 3-away. Four or 5 for Karen is going to want to split to open, especially at the leading score. 5-2 cannot hit. So I think it just splits here, even at the score 2. 4-3 gets to anchor. That's the dream at this score, and only indirect, so I think we can just play down with it too. No need to hit on the 3 necessarily. 6-4 can establish the bar point anchor, and it's a nice, even mutual holding game. Not what Dana's looking for at the trailing score, would like more volatility, but Karen happy. Interesting, I would have made the 10 there very quickly as well, but okay to clean up in slot. 6-5 is stuck playing behind, okay. And 6-3, probably 2 off the 8 point here. It does look like it's probably gonna end up being less flexible to have made the 10 point. We're gonna run out of time quickly here. But okay, she's gonna save a 6 by playing off the 3 as well. She likes that. 6-2 can cover and start another point. And 6-3. Same as last time for Karen, I think. Makes both the points this time, though. 2-1, not much to do, but slot the 3, I don't think. And Karen is down 2 pips in the race. Pausing to think about the cube, but yeah, nothing going on here. Pretty pure 50-50 game. 5-3, we can clear the midpoint safely. I think just looking for flexibility that way is the idea. Always tempting to make the 5 point though, and not too far off, with the 2 blots in board especially. 5-3, can play down and cover. Yeah, I think that's the best we've got with it. And Karen follows up with 6s, escapes to a winning race. 22 pips should be enough to claim this. 7 back, 15. Still looks like a pass to me. Yep. So on to two-way, 6-away, I think. Not a huge pass, though, with a little bit extra contact and a little bit of wastage with the open 5 and 4. Point of last take in a 98 pip race should be 11, so 4 shy. So we got to make up 4 pips somehow to take this. Not sure it looks clear that we have that. Bigger on plus plus, okay. On to 6-way to it. Dana gonna have very aggressive opening cubes at this score. Karen's gonna have a very hard time finding one unless we get into a clear race like we did last game. 6-4 to open for Dana is gonna want to make the 2-point to threaten some extra gammons. Karen will not want to split against this for the most part. I think 3-2 should not, but it's an option to go to the 22. Yeah, very close. I would choose the theme of not splitting against a deep point like this, but I know 22 is the safest place to split. And we do really want an advanced anchor to deal with this game. Easier to remember that we just never split against made 2-point and just play 2 down, and it's close enough you can see like you're never giving up too much by playing that way. 6-4 is gonna run. 5-4 makes the advanced anchor. Beautiful shot for Karen. And keep off the aggressive cubes very efficiently. This either stacks up the 8, which looks great for distribution, or tries to make a run for it. I think I would stack up here instead, yeah. They're very close though. It's hard to get much better of an opportunity to run right now. Only leave the deuce in the 9, and our opponent doesn't have a board yet, so it is a great opportunity to run to the midpoint. But the distribution looks very bad and very difficult to follow up on. 4-4. What is this going to do? Could just make the 4 and the deuce. I don't know if we want to give up the mid to make the 5. So that's probably my play. I don't know for sure though. Dana looking for a fly shot. Lands a die on the corner. That's a cool trick. 5-6 just escapes. Okay, to a winning race, so not entirely unhappy with that. If he can make a board point, then he's putting some gammon pressure on the back checker too, which is maybe at this score a good reason for Karen to just run, but keeping the contact is actually much better here. Down 15 pips in the race, and with a better board, we can just win too often when we stay back, so now's not the time to leave yet. Sync up with the anchor later. I think she just needed to look at it and count the race real quick first and realize I'm down too much to do this. She's going to slot some board points instead. 6-2 is going to leave the first shot. I guess I could play them both off the 8 safely. What else are we doing though? I don't want to leave a double shot on the bar, so maybe 8 to deuce is part of it no matter what. Yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. I guess I don't see a very compelling play B. Uncomfortable one to make, because again, what is our follow-up going to be? This seemed like a nice compromise, but just giving up a little too much. 6s are so well diversified, right? The 6 gets to hit and the ace gets to cover. But it's hard to play that in pure, that's for sure. Dana is going to fan, and so Karen is likely going to have to play this on too good in all cases, though usually she would have a cash. 6s can make the 8 and the 7. I don't even know. I mean, the 7's definitely a value. Oh, she can make the ace, okay. Yeah, that's probably better. Is it? No, we should just play around 20 to 14 with it to link up instead of needing to play down again. Yeah, that makes sense. 4-1 comes around the bend and tries to attack on the 3. Leaves a lot of fly shots this way, though. Could have buttoned up somehow. Yeah, 8-7 alert a little more. 4-1. Yeah, so again, I think buttoning up somehow makes a lot of sense here. 7-6 is her best. Okay. 3-2 enters. And Karen looking to hit with 6s, 5s, and 3s. I think the 2 just needs to not introduce another blot here. Oh, plays behind instead, though. Okay. That could be another blot to deal with later, but reasonable. 6-5 closes out. And Karen should be a big favorite to continue on to a gammon to win this match now. 5-2. Yeah, either way is going to give us plenty of room to play, but just continuing all the way is going to leave only aces, and there's plenty of room for that. 6-3 gets to come around the bend. Double 6s play okay. 6-1. Yeah, this gets off double 6s. I like that version. 6-4 is going to bring 2 in somehow. Yeah, nice and even. 5-2 can clear from the 5. Nice shot there, too. And as long as she doesn't leave a shot, she should win a gammon for the match. So, interesting. I might have thought to clear the 6 there, but it's letting him in too quickly. This board's pretty weak, too, so I guess we should also lock it up that way. Now we can find a very safe play. No need to stay odd on the outside. Does win more gammons to take one off. Interesting. Doesn't, oh, there's only one closed out. Okay, okay. So the gammon race is kind of relevant here. With 28 and 6s, 34. That's still very high. The gammon count. Four fans. And 6-4 clearing from the rear. Still nice and safe for Karen. Another fan. And 6-1. Okay, it gets to be safe for this roll, but if Dana can fan a lot of shot levers, and he does, needs a deucer and ace, Karen does, or sets. 6-4 is going to leave a shot. 3 doesn't always save a gammon, though, anyway. It's going to hit and try. I guess pop out to the outfield as well. Wow, I'm surprised the 13-7 to really go for structure right away. That's pretty wild. But I guess Karen's down to a 2-point board, so we just have to try to win now. Play pretty wide open and not really fear the gammon. Okay. Nice find by Dana. And 3-4 is going to hit 2. Okay, maximum punishment. Dana likely to enter at least 1. Only 1. Would have liked to be in 2. Have a lot of double shots and things when Karen comes around, but should get plenty of shots from the bar on this 5-3 as well. 6-4 and 5 up. Double 2s is going to fan, though. Okay, Karen back in the driver's seat for the gammon. 5-1. I guess it's going to reduce shots to hit. Yeah, we hit and take a checker off. Beautiful. And 3s misses, but it's going to block some numbers from getting by and allow us to make the 5-point as well. Aces or deuces. 6-1 is going to decide it. Yep. I don't think there's any saving the gammon here. And there we go, the handshake. And Karen's going to advance in a well-played match, both playing under 5. Pretty strong stuff. Dana, very sharp. I mean, like a third of his PR came just from mixed, or 2/3 of his PR came from missed cube sequence. So other than that, playing nearly lights out. Very good stuff from both. And I am going to go find out what we have coming up next. I found out I get to play doubles at 5 in 3 hours from now. Not sure what happens before then. I will be back soon. All right, we're back next with another late stage Masters jackpot match. I don't think it can be further than the third round, but it is going to be Kit Woolsey playing the orange checkers on bottom against Kimon Papadopoulos playing the black checkers on top. Kit, one of the stronger U.S. players, has been for a long time, and Kimon always doing a lot on the international tournaments and things like that. So two very familiar names, should have a very top-level game here. Oh, thanks about fitting the name, Jonathan. You saw me struggling, huh? That's going to be good enough. You guys can imagine the rest of the U and the S on the side, right? Oh, yeah. So if you can't see the U and the S in the name on the top right, you can see it hanging over in the pip count in the top there. That's where the US is. It's perfect. This is called good enough graphics. Get things going quickly. I told them they can start whenever they want. I don't know if they might still be setting up and getting settled in. Hopefully they're not waiting for me, but I'll go grab them if they are.
So it's going to be where she does tagging time. Go to range thing, and then put the elevators right there. Well, it's 610, so it's actually best for drop off. So it's best for 610 is the door number.
Oh, is Vlad getting roped into being a rideshare guy now too? Everyone at this tournament has like all these great opportunities to drive Uber as well. Airport rides and such. Here we go. 11-point match. 2 up and a 3. Okay, 2-3 to open for Kimon. Standard splitting play. 4-1 could hit and split. Yeah, I guess that's probably still what it's going to do. A little awkward to have to hit from the 8-point. And 3-2 can enter and hit. Nice response. The name kind of fits, Ben. I did my best.
Oh, sorry.
No.
It was, yeah.
5-4 makes the anchor. And 6-4, I think, can make the bar point. It could link up on the 11, though, actually. Maybe we should just run and escape. Almost missed that at first. They're very close options. But we have 1 checker back now to our opponent's 3, so we have a fairly clear game plan and advantage in that situation. 2-6, I guess, just slotting. Yeah, sure, that seems fine. 2 down should be fine as well. Anything focusing on offense and not worrying about sending another checker back. Kimon is just going to run and try to play a simple game out of this. 4-3 is going to hit and cover, so Kit's still alive, trying to contain that back checker. Lots of fly shots for Kimon here, though. 3-5 is one of them. Going to send a 4th checker back and threaten to escape with tempo. 3-4 can't hit, but it can link up on the 9. So at least we don't have to let our opponent hit with an ace and escape with tempo again. And we are covering a lot of board, a lot of contact value for Kit for sure right now. 4s can fix a lot of that. Maybe it's better to just come around and make the 9, but yeah, I don't think we clear enough contact by making the deuce. I don't think we can afford to leave all the blots around by making the deuce in the 4. So my instinct is to just play simple and come down to 17-9 and 13-9 twice and play from there. We should have a lot of strong cubes coming. Nope. Oh, I thought it was Papadopoulos, but it's Papa Christopoulos. Okay, my bad. So even bigger, and Ben's made it even worse. Thanks for nothing, Ben. 3-2 can't make another anchor, so I think just starting 2 points seems great. And with no board points, does Kimon threaten enough with the race here? Maybe pointing somewhere. Very close. Not quite enough, though. Doesn't seem like we're going to lose our market by a lot if we do, so I like the decision to roll. Maybe making a priming point is worth giving up the 6s to hit from the 20, even though we don't have any board points. Thanks, Gary. I'm doing my best to keep up with everything.
Tried the same thing I did.
Yeah,
Great idea.
6-2-1 does seem like it focuses on clearing contact. I think Kit will still hit with the 6, but it won't be as comfortable as it could be. And now he has a double anchor game. It releases some contact zone here, but I think with only the 2-point board, it's going to be worth doing. 9-5 in with it. Yeah, that should be fine. But we would prefer not to let our opponent play back to the deuce right now, actually, in a game like this. 5-1, I think, just needs to play safe. Even though it's the 6 checker on the 6, we're ahead a bunch in the race and just looking for some way to come home safe. 6-3 can make the 3-point twice, I guess, or we can make the 4-point from the mid. Yeah, I guess we're not really worried about being a hit with an ace up there. Either should be fine. This is the more pure play for sure. 6-3. Maybe it's time to give up the mid because we don't have other safe plays.
Definitely.
Kit will be happy to hit with the 5, but we'll still have to escape from the 22 as well. But Kit's game is looking good here. 5-1. That does not make another board point. What is it going to do? I guess just continue in the outfield? Yeah, I don't see a strong preference for any ace really here. And 3-5, okay, we didn't step into the double hit there. It's going to jump out to a triple shot in the outfield. I don't think there's anything better to do here, but fortunately, Kimon, for him, still has a lot of pips to work with here, so he can afford to be hit and send that back. 5-2, can enter deep and hit. Okay. One, two. This is interesting. It might be worth unstacking here and getting another blot involved. I think there's a little bit too much for Kit to do with his roll if we don't take away something here. But look at this, just stepping up to the edge a little bit stronger. Very difficult dilemma here, you know? I mean, like, so many rolls play good anyway, but it's really, of course, we don't want a second blot involved back there. It does feel like just everything's going to hit loose, though, if we step up to the edge anyway. Understandable from Kit, or from Kimon. 5-6, going to punish that. Looks like it should hit twice, actually. And yeah, we'll see how Kimon performs after this. With 4 checkers back, I guess Kit's got some work to do, but he's threatening a lot of gammons on this work, so seems reasonable to pause and think about the cube. He's going to send it pretty instantly. This is way early, so a lot of gammons, but still has a lot of work to do to win this. I think Kimon should find an easy take here as a result. But I mean, we have 3 checkers not even at the edge of a prime, and you know, even though it's no board points, it is fairly strong structure for Kimon.
Yeah, no, but it's up to Roberto if it's too far.
Plus likes the cube a little bit better.
I would think.
Thank you, Alex, for the correction on the last name. I still have it incorrect in the transcription, though. Looks like we got a take there, too. And what is our follow-up? 3-2 gets to cover and make the 20-point. Beautiful roll. Couldn't ask for much more. Maybe other than doubles that did that. So you see a little bit of the strength of Kimon's position, that he has some time to make that ace point or some sort of defensive hold. Maybe just playing to the bar point's okay here, but he goes for mobility and pops out. Yeah, that seems good too. Ace 4, no way to play the 4 safe, so I guess we're just might as well hit. And gets a fan out of it, okay, instead of a 3rd checker back. That's a big, that's some hope for him for sure. 6-2, he's instantly gonna hit instead of covering. I guess that makes sense, but it's a lot to leave. 4-1 enters 2. And Kimon's got a lot to work with now. Now he still doesn't have a board point though, so I think he's got plenty to go. Small favorite now. 6-3. Same question, is it better to hit or cover here? And we have to leave at least a double shot when we don't hit, so I think we're gonna hit. Kit with another chance at a deuce or an ace and hits it. 6 can pop out for mobility. And we're back to roughly where we started. 2-4 fans.
It just came in. Yeah, so I checked a different ring height.
5-1. I don't think it helps much to hit on the ace with no covers, so I think I just want to play around and bring checkers into range. Get working on that 3-point somehow. So I kind of like the 14-9 with it, but I guess we don't need to leave the 3-6 from the bar to buy the tempo. This is double shots whenever he pops out. Ace-5, forced to hit again. But he does have the anchor now. 1-2 is going to send another checker back. Seeing the light seems good with that deuce too. Ace-4. Okay, we're forced to leave a shot again. I guess we might as well hit again then. It is more shots this time, but there's at least upside, so I think we have to try. Sometimes he'll miss you, and sometimes we'll get to make a decent board point out of it. Nothing about this position comfortable for Kimon so far, though.
No, I thought 5. Well, 5 was me.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Otherwise,
This reduces shots and keeps best flexibility. I mean, we could reduce by 1 more by playing to the ace, but that's our last spare from the 6, so competing ideas. It's 12 shots the other way. This one is a 4 and any indirect 3s, which I don't know how many that is, but it's more than 12. So whatever the difference is, we're trying to compare that with the purity of the position, all these things. And the fact that our opponent can like make the bar point or something like this when we leave him alone now. 6s, I think everything's coming out, it looks like. I don't know where the last one is. With a blot and board, XG's happy to spread out and give all the indirects in the world. Makes sense to me. But also fairly natural to just keep a point when we can here. Not a big difference. 4-1 gets to cover. Oh, it can make the 5-point. Wow, okay. Yeah, they're very close. I would have thought that we just needed to be very careful against this 4-point board. But that 4' is just very valuable. Gives them a lot of winning chances to hold that way. 6s, okay, this is getting a little fast if we can't step up, but room for it for now. I guess 8-2 has to be one of them to avoid leaving a direct shot. Yeah, better to slot the 3 here. Very interesting. I guess the board's still weak enough where it's not going to hurt too much, and as soon as we play 8 to deuce, you know, we can get in a lot of trouble. So nice find by Kit pretty comfortably. 2-1. Well, it has to try. There's nothing better. Oh, it can make the 5-point again. And the 5-point is looking a little better this time. I don't know. This is a very difficult decision. I'm not sure how we follow up after we make the 5-point. So we have no room to go anywhere. He's going to go ahead and do that pretty quickly, though. Nice play. And we allow our opponent to play and potentially crack, too. That's pretty nice. 6-4 is going to cover. 6-3 gets some mobility, too. Beautiful shot as a follow-up to making the 5-point. 3-2 gets the step up to the edge for Kit. Pretty important. Any of the deuces should be pretty comparable. And 5-4 gets to attack. And does that make a 5' now? Yeah. All right. A lot of play for Kimon here. 3's fan. Still a lot of work to do for Kimon here, I think, though. Wow, less than I would have thought, though. So if he comes out with a 6, I guess he's going to lose his market by a mile. I'm surprised that this is... I guess he has the better timing, but he only has 1 checker contained to 2 of his own back, so I thought he would be at a bigger disadvantage with that. Not a lot of gammons either way that I'm really seeing in this position either. 5-3, cannot extend the prime, can't escape, so a bit of a whiff. I think he probably wants to keep the back slotted to help him buy time to escape. So I like this play. Lots of numbers to cover the back and a few numbers to make the front as well. And punished for slotting it. 2-6 is a beautiful shot for Kit. Back to winning a gammon. That was scary for a little bit. 3-2 is going to send another checker back. And yeah, we can take the opportunity to clear the 8 where our opponent's on the bar. Not that there is a whole lot of direct contact anyway, but the distribution looks very nice here. And 6-1. Maybe 5-4 is okay here. 6-5, sure, getting off there. I don't know why we want to be stacky. The only issue I see with playing to the ace is that our sixes can get blocked. We obviously don't leave a shot, but it might get stuck there in some way. But it seems to work out. We would rather be playing 6-4, but we have to play in to avoid leaving the shot, I think. We get another fan. And 5-2, beautiful for distribution. I think we got to play the 6-4 with it. Fill in the inner gap. 6-5 fans. Few backgammons here too. Okay, first shot. Few wins for Kimon here too when he hits. 2-1 cannot hit. I'm not sure he prefers to be stuck behind the structure and in moving around here. So he's hoping to save some gammons the natural way if he breaks the structure, but I think he needs to hit a shot to save the gammon, so I think he should keep it. Yeah, like that decision. 3-2. I guess we're going to play 6-3 and 2 off probably. Kit likes that as well. 3-1 forced to break the structure now. And 6-3 clears safely. Beautiful shot for Kit. Kimon really needs to get checkers out of the board and can't do it with the 2-1 either. Okay, backgammon's creeping up, over 20% now. Aces isn't going to help the cause, it's just going to let him out. Should make the gammon more of a lock. And 6-5. Works on that backgammon, 2 off with 6-4. 2 sets away from a backgammon. 6-5, I think 1 probably needs to go to prevent that. He's just going to come all the way around though. Okay, interesting that he doesn't need to go there. I would have thought it was important for the backgammons there. Even that 3-1 I could have come off with. This seems like the backgammons are going sky high when we keep playing this way. 5-4 can just run though. And an ace gives some hope. There it is. Tough to win still, even if Kimon hits with the ace, but he can save the gammon at least. 5s is going to save the backgammon at least. And it looks like there's basically no way to save the gammon. So he's going to go ahead and resign a gammon. There we go. 4 points. 7 away, 11 away. Both playing pretty clean so far. For 3 for Kit to open. He likes to still play 2 down at the leading score. Bot likes it. I think, actually, I know at normal score, this actually, XG likes 20 and 9 here. And yeah, we can hit and come down to the 9 here. Okay. Trailing, I guess, a few more gammons in play. 4-3, we can make the anchor, or we can hit. Feels tough to give our opponent so much freedom without hitting, but it strips the midpoint and doesn't get an anchor. I don't know. I'm confused by this one. 6-1 gets to hit and continue around. Safety up. Lands in a very nice place for distribution too. So big advantage to start for Kimon. And with extra checkers back, this is going to have enough gammon threat to get a nice adjusting cube like early in too. 1 back, probably not enough yet, but it must be getting close. Yeah, we're right on the borderline. 4-1, we'll see if making the 5 point is enough to draw the cube. 4-2 makes a point, still leaves some shots with deuces, and 6-5 is going to escape. Full freedom is going to bring a cube almost certainly with the extra goalkeeper back there. And I think Kit needs to keep it to try to win that way. Look at this, he's supposed to just pass no matter what though. So this is a difficult pass to find, right on the borderline. I don't think I would let it go either. Thinking that there's just plenty of contact and my board's good enough. But we need to adjust at the score a little bit, I think. And missing out on the opportunity to blitz instead here, okay. We do clear the contact with the goalkeeper, which is going to increase our wins a ton too. So tough to follow up. Yeah, there we go. This looks a little too front-loaded. It's actually difficult to deploy those spares from the 5 when we play this way. So it goes for kind of the natural flexibility instead, misses the opportunity to blitz and win a few more extra gammons too. 4s, looks like it probably wants to give up the midpoint contact and make the 5. I don't think we can do enough about our board without doing that. I like it for the purity, even though it gives up the contact on the mid. Yeah, he's going to think about leaving one up there, but I think the 1's pretty valuable for Kimon. A little bit too much, but okay. 6-2. Presumably just safe and down from the midpoint. Resulting distribution is not great for Kimon, though. 3-1 gets to cover. And what is 4-3 going to do? Can clear the 9, I guess, yeah. Only safe play. And Kit's 4-point board is enough to make sure that we play safe now. 3-2, I think, is going to want to slot the deuce. We could make the 8, but I mean, now it actually is starting to feel worthwhile to be up on the 13. So if he stayed before, I feel like he should want to stay now more. Maybe the 3-point board is enough, or he's running out of things to do with the ace. I'm not sure. Okay. 5-2. Gets to make a board point. Beautiful shot for Kimon. Unstack that heavy point, too. And he's ready to hit loose on the ace now if he needs to. 2-1 is rolling forward nicely for Kit. 5 prime ready for shots. And what can 3-1 do? I don't think it needs to hit, so yeah, sure. So the deuce looks okay. 6s is a little fast for Kit, so he can come out to the 15 and make the ace, maybe? He's still down too much in the race to break contacts, yeah, so I guess this is all he has. 2-1. Against the 5-point board, I don't think it wants to hit. I think it just has to play 5-2, as ugly as it is. Six-1. Feels like the shots are a little too free out there. Can we really afford to give up the 15 instead, though? I don't know. Neither is very good. I think... Wow, I'm not sure. 6-5 spreads. They're pretty close. 1-2, so this is what we feared. And I guess least shots if we continue on to the 5. But distribution better if we come on to the 6, so... Reasons for both. Ace-3 doesn't reduce shots to step up. But the checkers aren't doing anything else on the deuce, so maybe it's better to be hit up here. I don't know. Both very close. 4-3 can hit but can't clean up afterward. What other option do we have, though? We could just play quietly to the ace and let our opponent play, but then he gets to mobilize that checker, and we have decent contact. It probably feels like the best thing to do. Yeah, just the no hit to the ace. 2-1 is going to slot a point, and he gets to stay back with his contact on the 21. That's nice to get to stay back there. And Kimon cannot find a safe clearing roll, so I think there goes the 6. And this is going to be awful hard to bring home safely for Kimon now. 6-3. Does it even want to like link up out there? No, maybe I would just give up the 15 here, yeah. Like, I'm not really afraid of contact with 2 checkers behind me down this much in the race anymore, so this is an opportunity to play for a little bit more. And what does this do? This is 3-2. 5-1 plays around and makes the board, beautiful, and 6-2 is going to get to reduce shots. As safe as it can be, having to leave a shot, and no ace, so he has to break his board to stay, so I guess there's some racing hope in just leaving. I think we're going to play for that little bit. Hey. 3-2. Trying to get the checkers into high points. 5-3 gets to take one off. Beautiful. And double twos is going to solve all the distribution problems for Kimon. Looking quite likely to win 2 points here. Five, 1, okay. That should decide it. And Kit happy to let it go now. And on we go to 7 away, 9 away. Still going to be a little slower on the cube on Kit's side, a little faster in Kimon's, but not a big adjustment score.
2 PR.
Kimon plays well, yeah. As does Kit. Not a lot of players in this tournament that are averaging in either of those ranges. 6-2 to open for Kit. He'll have the standard split, the leading score. 4-1 gets to hit and probably reinforce from the mid. But Kimon is a splitter after hitting from the 8. Okay. Oh, fun. Kimon's going to pull this thing where he tells him to wait till I've thought about it. Maybe he is really thinking about it. I don't know.
I think the right black mouse was 13987, right?
Yeah, 13987 is a little bit better. But we can come back to this while he thinks about it. This is always crazy to me when people on the second roll don't have things just like memorized and somehow find some way to spend 5 clock time, like minutes of clock time, and figure it out. I don't know how a solution presents itself, but people do it. This looks like it'll make 2 points. Oh, interesting. It should split and slot the 5. I guess there is a lot of 4 duplication here, but hard to pass up making the 11 point. That's a valuable piece of structure. And with the extra checkers in the zone too. Oh, 23 is an interesting idea too. Feels early to make such a deep anchor, but I guess there's a lot of material there. And he doesn't fear priming with this distribution, must be part of it too. So we're going to make the 7 and the 3, I think, here, unless we want to make an anchor instead. That looks pretty strong to me. Well, he's thinking about making the 5 along the 7. Yeah, okay. 7 in the anchor is best, okay. Unstacking is a little bit deep here and still allows our opponent to split. Tricky one. Well found, well spotted by Kimon. And what is this? 5-3. Kit really needs an advanced anchor of his own at this point. I don't know if now is the moment to go for it. Can make a board point and threaten any contact there. Yeah, that's a little more valuable here, I would say. 4-3. I feel like it can be worth making the 5 point here. Even though we volunteer the 6 out and unblock, I don't see... Oh, we can hit in the outfield, duh. Okay. 4-6. Looks like it wants to just hop past. Well, we're down in the race slot, so it can't be too bad to bring down from the 7. Both quite reasonable. 5-3 gets to make the 9 point as well as hitting. Very nice shot for Kimon. Fairly clear advantage in this game, but no board points again, so cube can't be too threatening as long as Kid has some defense here. Probably hoping for an advanced anchor of some sort. Four, 2 can make the 21. Oh, it can hit loose too, okay. I would have thought we just need to advance the anchor, but we have the better board, and we have a chance to pick up that blot on the 15 if he can't clean it up. So yeah, the tempo called for being this far down in the race too, huh? Sure. We don't need to just accept our defensive role completely yet. 4-2 is going to hit twice. Beautiful entry from Kimon. And I think there are bad enough entries here to have a cube. Yeah, 4 this deep back against pretty decent priming structure feels like a nice time to send it trailing a little bit. And yeah, actually closer to 2 good here. It's hard to understand how bad that third checker on the 23 is. Like visually, it's not so intuitive to me, but we see results like this where wins are in the 70s and gammon's close to 30% a lot when we have so many stuck back on a deep point like this.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
So, to reading that, I used to think that the 30% gammons is of the 71% win rate. So, right? So
And Kit's going to take this. Okay, this is ambitious. He's got wins for sure, so the gammon's are the part that he's missing. But yeah, 30% of total games. That's what's going on. So 3-1, probably best to just make the 3-point here. We'll see if Kit can survive the 4-point loss here. It's scary for sure. Sometimes he turns it around and wins though. And look at this. This is actually a very close option to step up and just make the full prime. Very interesting to me. Usually I just don't like the outfield primes that much. I know we're just going to roll it forward anyway, and it's a little bit better to make the 3. It just allows our opponent, I mean, really the 2-1 or aces or something like that that makes the 22 is a pretty big improvement for Kit as well. So I just don't want to leave these things open. 2-6 gets to hit and I guess play down with the 6. Slot's a good anchor. But not at the edge of the 5 prime, so Kimon's idea is going to work out in this iteration, I think. Ace in, I'm not sure what the 3 should do. Maybe just clean up a blot to simplify. Stepping up okay to provoke contact here too. I guess it keeps the most flexibility. We want to make sure that we don't get forced to break the 5 prime somehow. Five, 4 can get up to the edge. It seems urgent, but we can consolidate the blots on the deuce and make a point instead. So that's going to be a nice option of a play B. 13-8 looks pretty good with it too. I don't know. Yeah, this is very difficult. Oh, the tempo hit with the step up, of course. Okay. Everything very close though. 2-5. I think hitting twice looks good here. I don't think we need to switch from the 7 to the 5. It kind of opens up. I think we want to keep the prime the way we're playing here. 10 to 5, 6 to 4 is a fun option too. Just don't let him have an advanced anchor at all. And yeah, we don't really need a 5th checker back. I like that a lot the more I look at it. I didn't see it immediately.
You and Tommy should be playing. I'm not sure where Tommy is, but if you could, okay, well, he's done now. Shoot, am I right?
I like this from Kimon. Slightly better to hit the other 2, but it solves all the advanced anchor problems and allows us to roll home most naturally. 5-3 is going to improve the structure quite a bit. I think 10 to 5 is mandatory, and then the 3 less clear. Still not sure we want to open up, but for the rack, I think 7 to 4 is probably worth it. Oh, we can play 4 to ace. Okay, that's fun. 10 to 5, 7 to 4 is actually a relatively weak option. Yeah, just much better to keep the 5 prime. Oh, there's this other way to cover too. We could play 9 to 4 and 8 to 5. Okay. Okay, that does look a lot better too. Lots of options here for Kimon to go through. Yeah, making the rack gets a lot stronger on plus plus. Okay. That makes sense. All plays are great. He's going to be happy whatever he comes up with. Double fives fans, okay. And 4-1. Yeah, we can roll forward from the back now. Kit really needing to establish a second anchor quickly here. 6-3 gets to make the 6 prime. Beautiful. Surprised it's even close to try to prevent the ace. There isn't timing for an ace-deuce game anyway, so I don't think we need to sweat that yet. 4-6 fans, but he would be happy to hit loose on the ace with a 6 now. 2-4 enters high. 5-1, I think probably hitting the checker is more important. Oh, we don't have an ace when we do that though. But I think I'd still rather do that than cover the ace. A little bit too much play if our opponent enters with the deuce otherwise. Yeah, I usually would not think to play 8-7 and stack up a point that we want to clear eventually anyway. 7-6 looks like it gives more covers for the ace. That would be my idea too, but yeah, it does keep a better prime to play this way, so well found by Kimon again. 2-5 cannot hit or hop out this way. 5-4 can't cover. We're going to come around with something. Maybe the 4 can come in. Maybe there's no need to leave that shot from the bar. I don't know. All very close. And we get another fan, and 6-5 gets the cover and pop out for mobility. Okay, beautiful. Ace-3 fans. Lots of gammons, maybe a few backgammons here. So Kit receiving the full punishment for taking this optimistic cube here. But he does get to start building this board now. Should have time to make structure and win if he gets a shot. I think he's got enough timing. 6 out would make sure of that. Oh, 2 6s out. Okay, that'll save some backgammons for sure, maybe even gammons. Interesting that he doesn't want to take 3 out, but I guess, yeah, making the structure is pretty good. Oh, we covered the 5, I see. He left 4 back, though. That seems like quite a bit, yeah. XG doesn't seem to mind. And now he has structure immediately, which means he can capitalize on this shot that Kimon has to leave a lot more, but 6-5 can't hit. Just has to pop out and come around, okay. He's got quite a few wins in this position now. They went down a lot now. 6-2. Doesn't seem in a big hurry to pop out. Yeah, the 6-4 for sure. It'd be nice to make the structure. I don't know. 6-1 clears nicely for Kimon. Big step in the right direction for wins. Gammon still looks like a lock. And does Kit feel in a rush yet? Nope. Double aces is going to threaten a lot of gammons and backgammons now. Up to 5% backgammons. We've seen a lot of high backgammon numbers today. Not the common. 6-1 is going to try to clear the 6. Four, 4. I think it's got to run one from the 23. I guess both to the 5 isn't wasting too much. Okay, fair enough. 5-3 leaves a shot.
And he gets it.
And the deuce, I'm not sure why we would lift 9-7. I guess it attacks on the deuce a little better if our opponent enters there, but I would think I want to cover 2-6 as well. But we must cover more numbers when they enter. And 8 off means that Kit is not going to have a recube for a while until he starts bearing checkers off. But there is the gap on the deuce and the ace, so maybe it can come a little sooner. Maybe that's like 2 extra checkers, so this is more like 6 off. Might be a way to think about it. cleans up correctly. Impressive to me. 1-5 enters deep, not at the edge, okay. So it's going to buy Kit some time to try to extend the prime. He's going to think about it here, but I really think he needs to close out before he has anything real. But it looks like he's actually going to be stronger than even 6 checkers off if he can close out, given that he's 69% already. Maybe that's because blots can free up and things like that right now, though. So slotting the front is the best here. Okay, that's fun. I buy it. 4-3 introduces a blot, and Kit has not gotten better as a result of that. Okay. 6-2. So is he in any sort of hurry to hit on the ace? I don't think so. I think that's where the checker wants to be. So I'm probably just running from the back, the 23 out. Oh, look at this. Yeah, he can hit and slot both. Okay. Lots of options that include. Yeah.
Right, yeah, because you want to cycle to get that extra checker back.
I would play the 9-3-4-2.
Essentially, that checker on the 7 is burned.
Reasonable. It allows our opponent to roll an ace and step up with tempo is the only issue I see. This allows Kimon to switch to the ace and lock up 2 checkers there, and now Kit with a shot is ready to send it. Usually well timed, but he's leading in the match score, which is going to make it a little over aggressive. Ace 5 is going to hit and make the 6 prime, and he's very happy he sent on that sequence. Ace 3, though, is not a bad response from Kimon. That's going to save a lot of games. 5 what? And so he should be going for a trap already. That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought of that necessarily. And anchored up here, he's still only 72% to win with that second checker back. That's very, very neat too. This is out on a small opportunity, not opening up yet. Ace 3, forced. And ace what? Ace 3. Oh, perfect distribution, and gets to trap off with the 6, okay. No 6, 4-2 just cleans up, and Kimon has the perfect speed board. If he should get to run, 4-3 is going to have to come in. Get ready to bear off. Still looking to pounce. When Kimon runs with a 6, double 6s will decide the game in Kimon's favor. I don't think he needs to be recirculated on a 6, but he's probably thinking about parking 11 to 7 just in case. Wants to be able to swing around and pick that blot up again. Just makes the simple play instead. No 6 for Kimon. 4-3 looks like 2 off. Yeah, we definitely don't need to be careful about clearing from the rear or anything here with against a 1-point board. Just need to get checkers off and make sure our opponent doesn't win the race.
What's the cube value?
4.
4.
Yeah. And I wonder, yeah, okay. So it's still 20% for Kimon here, just on the threat of scrambling out. 4-1 is going to have to hit then. For sure, it can't let him just be on the board to roll a 5 or a 6, I don't think. Reduce it to a 6 at least. And we get a lot of fans and gain in the race that way. 1-4. Get a direct 6 and a chance to send that checker back around. So not all bad here. 6-5 does it. And no anchor for Kimon. 5-2. Ace what? Wrong 7. 6-2. Oh, gets to take a checker off, yeah. Playing with the 2 and then off with the 6. Okay, another fan. 6-3 is clearing. 5-2 comes out. Forced. And what can 2s do? There's one safe way to play it.
Yeah, take 2 off.
No, there's 2 safe ways to play it then. We can switch to the ace, yeah.
Gammons and more BGs, right?
There's no gammons here because he's already got checkers off.
Oh, all right,
Yeah.
I see.
So maybe it's... I don't think our opponent can catch up if we just play safe like this and try to let him enter. Yeah, so it seems good.
2 on the bar?
Yeah, what just
And he
happened?
threw 6-2, right?
6-4.
No, he only had one on the bar.
He had 1 on the bar? Okay.
Well,
Yep.
he threw 6-2 first, and
This is all right.
it's the first time, then he threw 6-4 at the second time.
All right, 3 away, 9 away.
He moved it right.
Kimon's still playing a near perfect game. Kit has been a little bit aggressive on the cube, on the take side and the doubling side. Otherwise, playing pretty sharp himself, too. Six one to open for Kimon. 5-1 is going to want to split in response. And double threes. Probably ace and, oh, interesting. Yeah, we're going to go all offense. Okay. I would have thought 24-21 was part of it, but I guess that this score is extra incentive to play offensively. And here comes an early cube at 9-away, 3-away. Yeah, trailing, we got to send these. And I'd be surprised if Kit lets us go with how aggressive he's been with the cube. It seems like he knows this is early at normal scores and probably wants to make him play it out. But we shall see. It's not that far off. He's going to let it go. Okay, doesn't want to let his opponent back in the match when he has a big lead. Starting to get a feel for his adjustments now. Three one to open for Kimon. And a 4-2 for Kit. Fours gets to make the Kirin point. And aces can make an anchor too, though it's still blocked, so it's less good than usual, but I think we do have to advance there. And I'm not sure about this cube. It seems pretty weak. I'm surprised it's break even. Okay. I don't see the market loss, really. 5-2 looks like it's stuck stacking. Wow, it actually, oh, we could make the 4-point and invite him to come off his anchor. It's hard to release the 9-point, though, with how valuable it is against the 22. Yeah, 9-4, 6-4 is a fun score-based play, it looks like. Usually it would be risking too many wins. But we can balance it when we're trailing this much. Not something I would think of. I don't think I would really even think of slotting here, honestly, but yeah. All right, finds the best play. 6-5 can't escape, stuck bearing behind. I don't think he wants to, he can park it on the 7. Twos are duplicated nicely. Keeps it a little more pure. So I don't think the 2 wants to hit here, but I guess the 6 is pretty bad otherwise. Leaves us pretty stripped, so maybe it needs to. Maybe we can just come out with both. We can park it in front of the bar too, okay. So 8-2, 6-4 looks like a little too stripped to manage. So it was pointing me towards just coming off the anchor here, and they're all very close. We bring a lot of gammons into the game by playing this way too, which is nice at the score, but we do give up a lot of wins, so okay. The normal play does appear to be slotting. Kit's follow-up looks like it's going to hit with the ace. Maybe the 3 just cleans up 7-4 to not leave any indirects. And it buys him a little bit of time to maybe roll a 4 and escape the prime later. But what is he? He just ignores the hit entirely. Okay, interesting. Not that far off either. 4-3. Wow, he has a lot of options here. But leaving the bar slotted seems like the preference kind of whatever we go with. That's very interesting. I might have been happy to just play 13-9 and clean up 7-4. Remaking the mid looks really aggressive, but of course looks strong on retrospect. I guess we have the priming structure and we're not likely to find a better time to leave the 20 point. All play is quite close though. And 2-6 can improve upon the board. I think it's just coming down in 6-4 most likely. And 6-1. Okay, can make the 6 prime and pop out. Everything's easy now for Kimon. Still not many gammons in a position like this, I don't think, but 6-3. Well, that's annoying. I guess we can make the ace point. 6-3. I don't think there's too much to worry about for Kimon, so I think I want to stay in the way here and back on the 20. So probably just 14-5 for me. But we're meant to simplify from the 11. It's hard to see how we're going to get stuck behind any priming structure that's going to cause us to crack, so I just want to be there to pick up lots. Yeah, that's true. How far is it? Oh, plus likes 14-5 better by a small margin. And 5-2, probably stuck running now. Maybe not all the way. Maybe we can play 15-4. Hoping to make our opponent bury checker to the ace with a 6 here. Finds the best of it, as he tends to do. 4-1, just going to make the deuce. No reason to hit yet. Well, he could just bring in 2 to try to slow down 2, I guess. Interesting. Keeps the more pure point as well. Okay. 3-1, still don't mind being in the way here. So 5 days is nice. 5-2, I think he wants to just clear the mid to get rid of that issue entirely. 3-2 could cover the ace, but I'm not... Seems bad for our distribution. I would have wanted to play just down there. Not risk having to crack next roll. 3s makes the 5 point and comes in. Not bad if he opens up quickly. 3-1, not so fast. This distribution looks really bad. Seems like there must be a lot of shot levers next time. And Kit looks ready. 6-2. Oh, can just play to the ace? I guess he could have opened up the 8-2, but okay. 2-1 is going to force him to crack. And 6-3 will clear the 8 now to avoid leaving a shot. And Kit with the double 5s to win it. Another 6-3, okay. Clearing the points out of order, and the contact with the 9 is getting pretty good, but Kit's board already cracked a little bit. 5-3 going to be forced to run. And the attack doesn't look too threatening with 2 checkers on the ace, but we'll see what Kit can, or what Kimon can come up with. And here it looks like with all these, the race is too close not to hit, I think, and we have the better board. So I think I would go for it and still hope to win a couple gammons with the 8 pips stuck outside there.
Got into trouble 3 shakes ago. I think he was
Kit looking for a 3 from the bar, no such luck. 6 is cover now. Gets it. The 2's a little awkward for distribution. Lots of shot levers from here with those 2 spares on the ace. 6-5 is one of them. So he gets the 5 in and the 6 off. And Kit can get right back in this game on a 6 now. No such luck. Still a lot of shot levers, big numbers that don't include a deuce or an ace. That evens out nicely. Should be smooth sailing for a bit for Kimon now. 6 what? That's gonna 6 anything saves a lot of gammons. Should lock up the win for Kimon. And probably gonna move on to 3-way 6 away. Kit's ready to resign a single game. 3-way 6 away. Still no blunders for Kimon. Playing a strong game. Looks like he might be standing up to take a short break here. Over halfway through the match points in this match. Seems like a good time for it. All right, looks like we're going to take a small break, and we'll be back with 3-way 6-way when the players are ready again. And I found out I get to play doubles at 5 too, so that's exciting. So this is probably the last match that I'll be commentating before the dinner break, but we'll have streaming continuing to go all day. So hang out, there'll be plenty of backgammon to watch. What up, David?
What? Daddy Jesus said he's making a comeback, huh?
I like it.
Does anybody know how to get on the Wi-Fi?
No, someone else connected my laptop, so I don't know at all. Plus, I have like
Chances
some
there.
secret. What?
So I had my chances.
Indeed, indeed.
You called me. You called me.
I know why he took the man on the ace front, but I don't think it's right in that position.
Yeah, I don't think it was bad once he got there, but he missed some opportunities to fix distribution before that, maybe. You know, like he shouldn't have ended up with a spare on the back of the prime, basically. So, that wasn't needed.
Yeah, but it's just super guarding against double sixes.
Yeah.
When it's possible, and that's not the right idea.
Yeah, yeah. Had a pretty good match, though.
Yeah, I got lucky. The 2-point game.
Yeah.
Of course, everything went wrong. I didn't think he was going to take the redouble. He surprised me.
Yeah, at the score, I think it was early, if anything. But I said I think at the score it was early, if anything. But
Well, the score argues for taking.
yeah, yeah,
I was ahead 4-2, but
yeah.
still.
Alright. Alright, go to
Even if I missed, it's a clear. You missed the shot. He's a very clear underdog.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's been a good match, though. That's a tricky one to figure out when there's a gap on the ace and the deuce after the hit.
Huh?
It's a tricky one to figure out exactly what your winning chances are when there's a gap on the ace and the deuce after the hit. It's not a pure speed board and you have 8 off or whatever. Or he had 8 off. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about,
Yeah, yeah. It's just different, you know?
yeah.
A lot more factors to play with. Well, good luck.
David, do you know how to get on the Wi-Fi? There's a password. Welcome one.
I could have told you that. Password. Maybe you should try password first and then welcome one.
I mean, welcome one is strong enough that somebody can't easily just cruise to the parking lot and like sleep in their car and get free Wi-Fi.
Is it? I don't know, maybe.
I mean, that might be the tempting.
All right, here we go. 3-away, 6-away lead for Kit. Kimon mounting a comeback. And a 3-2 open. I would think you would want to play 2 down at a trailing score, but he's going to go ahead and split like usual. No big difference there. 6-3 gets to hit loose, regardless of score. 2-6. Not sure where this, so I guess 4s are duplicated, so let's slot the 5-point. 4-5, probably better to take the checker off the better point. And then the 5 could hit loose again on the ace. Distribution 13-8, not too bad. Might actually reduce shots to play 6-1, so I think he's going to think about that, yeah. And Kimon wants to pause to think about the cube with blots everywhere, I suppose. 2-3 is a bit of a whiff, but it at least anchors. And Kit gains the tempo to try to make that 4-point. 5s can't cover it. It can cover the ace and point on the 3. Yeah, I guess blitzing is probably our best option here. Wow, and double 2s is quite the response. Enters and hits, and doesn't want to make the 4-pointer advanced anchor. He pretty quickly decides on the offensive points. That seems quite reasonable. No rush with those deep points made here. And what is Kit going to do with 3-6? Keep everything linked up. A little bit better to not have 4s everywhere, maybe. And Kimon down in the race here, but a little bit more pure structure, wants to pause and think about it. And he is a small favorite, not too far. Could send a reasonable cube there. 5-2 seems happy to advance the anchor. Not really a whole lot else to do with it. Double 4s can mostly just completely link up on the 16. What's the last one if we do that, though? Not as clear, so maybe we make the 16 and play down with 3 is another play. Or make the 20 and play down with 3, I'm not sure. I think I'd rather have the 16 than the 20 here. I don't really want to hit loose behind. But it looks like we're just going to have to play 1 and 13 to 9 with the rest of them. Very close. I feel like when I'm 37 pips ahead, I almost would rather just abandon the anchor here. But maybe there's some score influence forcing us to take that instead. 6-3. Could just run from the back. What better do we have? 13-4 doesn't look too bad either, but I kind of want to provoke in the outfield and give my opponent some trouble safetying that blot on the 16.
Yeah, it's a good chance just to get that carry out. That was a shit right there.
Double fours get stuck. Oh, we have an extra one again. 20 to 16 and 9 to 5 looks fantastic. Maybe we just bake. Maybe our last one we just don't come off the 20 again. I don't think I see any reason to go to attacking, but yeah, interesting. We can provoke our opponent to leave their anchor instead. Yeah, also seems reasonable. Both seem very good. Seems clear that we're going to make the 5 and the 16, and then where's the last one? Yes, Jonathan, you do hear Klausa. And Jonathan Hardegree says, congratulations on your Skopje win.
Thank you, Jonathan.
David Klausa says nothing in response.
Screw you. Congratulating me. Was it months ago?
Yeah, he says you're late. So I guess if he's pausing after making the 5, he's thinking about hitting loose too. Okay, he's going to go for the attacking plan. Fair. Maybe better at other scores too, but okay. 2s is going to hit twice, I think, here. Probably safety the blot up. Maybe that's a little big against the 4-point board. I don't know if we can actually leave the shots, but okay, yeah. Yeah, it's the second one, so there's no indirects. Of course, yeah. So what's less clear is whether or not we want to play down or something, but the mobility of this play is good. 2-4 enters 1, and is this enough to send a cube at the score? We have outfield control, we're threatening, we're down in the race a little bit, but our opponent has to get 4 checkers out somehow. Advantage, but not enough for a cube yet. Gavin's there too. This could be confusing though for Kimon. Expect him to pause a while. Kit's structure just a little bit too good and a little too robust, not too scary to have to come off the 20. And not even that likely that he'll have to. And plenty of race. Does he roll a 4-2 here? Oh, no, he doubles. He does double here. Okay. I'm going to get it in a little early. 5-2. So now is he going to feel pressure to hit loose on the deuce to prevent that anchor? Probably not. I think we can just play quiet and let him. Oh, yeah, we should hit there, though. Okay, interesting. Takes away the fly shots against the 4-point board. Also reasonable. Aces seems pretty happy to come up and make the 22. And Kit's doing great in this game now after receiving that early cube. This is going to have to switch to the 7, I think, to avoid leaving direct shots. And then, sure, down. I don't see a big difference between, this is better distribution. 4-1. I think it should be happy to vacate an anchor already. I don't see a reason to start trashing our board when we can just play 20 to 15. There just aren't enough numbers to punish it for Kimon here. 2 is well duplicated. 4-3. It has to leave a direct anyway, so why not hit loose? Big upside when he's missed, but Kit's right back in this game with a 5, and he finds it. Maybe the 6 wants to come out from the back as well. I think against the 2-point board, I'm not too scared, and I'm happier to play for mobility here. Quite close, though. 2-1 enters, and it's going to be forced to hit somehow. Better to unstack the 4 now, okay. Either way, the checkers on the 4 are just like less productive anywhere else, so it's nice to take the opportunity to spend the ace, but of course the 5-point is a better point. So, very strong reason to hit with either ace. One 5. I think it's happy to just leave that checker back there and consolidate blots and such. Well, we can stay spread home to have a better ride home, and we're not worried about indirect shots. Yeah, so I guess the 15 to 14 a little better. Yeah, Kit in a great spot to carry on to Crawford game here. Still has work to do. 5 out for mobility seems important again. Kimon way down in the race. 6-3. Looks like it's just going to make its way into the 6-point. Oh, 2 out to cover the outfield instead is better. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. It's a lot of indirects, though, when it's 7s and such, too. Tough play to pull the trigger on. So 6-3, I think, is going to be even more likely. Well, it's got a blot behind now, so there's a little more reason to step out and not fear the indirects. And I guess we're just going to give up the outfield entirely when we play 13-6 now. So Kit wisely pausing to think about this one now. Jonathan says he owes you $1 and will pay you the next time he sees you.
He better.
Okay. How does the weather in Denver compare to Jamaica? It's very different. Yeah, I had a tough time adjusting to the altitude when I got here too. Oh, another solution to the outfield control problem is to just give up the 8, but it seems like a tough ride home for those 3 checkers without an outfield point to land on. So I don't think we can do that. But yeah, sea level and 100% humidity in Jamaica, it's like dry and a mile high here. So my nose is confused. Yeah, Kit really struggling this one. He doesn't want to make any of the plays. There we go. Finally reaches for the double falcon. Sevens, 8s, and 10s seems like a lot. 11. Oh, does 11 reach? 11 reaches something, yeah. And a deuce ace for Kit. That's huge. It's going to hit twice, I do believe. With a chance to get another checker with a deuce, too. Kimon does not enter well, and so now he's threatening to win a gammon for the match here, too. Okay. 4-1 can't do anything about the back checkers, so I think just bringing into range of making the deuce somehow. Can't really do that, so I guess just to the 9 is fine. I don't know. Oh, we can get off double 4s by playing 8-7. Sure. I guess we link up 2 blots when we get hit with double 2s as well. So, yeah, protects us a little bit from disasters. Two, 3 enters 1, and Kit really wants to attack on the deuce first, I think, to prevent that second anchor. 3-2 can hit 2. I think we're going to go for it. He could step up with the 3 as well, so maybe it's not actually that urgent, but I think I would prevent the back anchor. 6s and 3s out still. 2-4 is a huge shot for Kimon. Still has 1 on the bar, so Kit doing fine, but that's going to save a lot of gammons most likely. 2-3 probably just wants to split. Try to get out of there. And another fan. Okay, we're back to trying to attack behind that anchor. 5-4 is a perfect shot for that. And the gammon's back on with 2 in the air. 3-5 fans. Double 3s makes a lot of progress. Gets the 2 checkers to safety, and then whatever 3 he likes. We just have to clear the 7 points, so I wouldn't be in a big rush to make it, but maybe it saves us from some jokers. I don't know. I like Kit's play. Double 4s doesn't reach anything, but it leaves, so I guess now we have 5 blots to clean up, and that's part of why it was nice to link up 10-7 last roll, just in case. Can 3s clean everything up now? 3s at least leaves only the 7 and 11. It looks like probably it links those 2, and yeah, it comes closer to safety. Yeah, okay. That is a pretty good response after the double 4s. See if Kimon can find a hit here. 3-1. No such luck. I guess breaking the 7 seems reasonable, or 6-2, sure, whatever, I don't know. All the same. 2-1 can't get him home. Okay, it's going to have to give up the bar point. Another chance for Kimon anyway. And a little bit harder work to clear that 11 too, I guess. 6-4 doesn't quite reach again. I think it just has to run with the spare on the 21 and keep all the points around. Oh, this is clever. It can link up with the 17 and just play the 6 behind. Okay. Totally reasonable as well. Yeah, playing them both out the 7 seems too destructive. It doesn't seem too bad to play one of them 7 days. And not have to leave any shots that might be very difficult rolls to navigate otherwise. Well found by Kimon there. 4-1 links up. And yeah, interesting. I guess we could have thought about like 2 to ace or something like that to keep our spare distribution on the outside, but this seems fine. 6-3 coming around. Clearly not a contact game for Kit anymore. So not so bad to break his board. Double twos is going to make a 5-point board pretty quickly for Kimon. And Kit looking for a 6-5 or a set. A 6-1 is going to leave a shot. And have to play 2 to ace to not step into the double shot. Looking for a 3 or a 7, no such luck. 5s is not catching up enough in the race either. I think he needs to stay on the 21. It's annoying to give up the pressure on the blot out there, but it's not going to have to stay there often enough. So I think we're just coming 17 to 7 with both of them. And it's actually just a double pass no matter what. Okay, yeah. So we could run off and play a single check or anchor with only one buried behind. I think I see too many aces that wouldn't get by that improve from that. Seems a little risky, but I guess, again, the real point here is it just doesn't matter. Kit's done enough work to claim this, and so he's not going to get to see another decision anyway. So you can play the checkers however you want. Provided that Kit realizes he has a claim, which I do think he's going to find here.
My left hand is actually just starting and stopping the video. And my right hand's completely. And I find quick time is the easiest. I believe that's better than DLC. Yeah, maybe I can just set it up now. I'm much faster when I'm at home. This is all like ancient technology that I'm bringing with me as I travel.
This is illegal, but okay. He did get 2 pips out of it. Maybe that'll be enough to influence a cube decision here somehow. We'll see. Still a clear pass. Okay. Oh, but Kit's going to roll past it. Okay. 5-2 is in and off. Maybe he's thinking too good kind of here. I mean, there is some gammon chance. And so he got 2 crossovers with that too. Very nice. Reducing gammons as well.
Yeah, I think that's yeah.
Kit is technically too good now. Okay. No, he's safetied the blot.
This is a match.
Wonder how many more gammons he wins if those 2 checkers are outside. It's probably relevant by a couple % anyway.
Yeah, I think it's Microsoft. So I find it really easy. Just you can, anytime that you know there's going to be a gap, I just go like to 10x 38. Yeah, I take this off so I don't have to confirm the moves.
So yeah, 30 pips should be a pretty clear pass in this. Obviously not enough contact and stuff like that too. I think we can estimate this in like well under 10%. And I know even if we don't remember the exact match equity at 1 away, 6 away, we know it's got to be better than the 1 away, like somewhere between 1 away, 7 away, and 1 away, 5 away. They're all memorizable things, but I think your match equity a little better than 10% at 1 away, 6 away. So I think there's big enough difference to have a fairly easy cube decision here as far as passing and claiming if we want. The only question is whether or not he wants to think about playing on too good. I don't think he was thinking about playing on too good last time. I think he probably just thought he didn't quite have enough and there was enough contact big. Here we go. He's going to go ahead and claim. Kimon, I think, should have an easy pass. And so on we go to 1-away, 6-away Crawford. Clausen needs 2 laptops and a keyboard to transcribe.
Correct. You need twice the equipment. I need 2.5 times the equipment you have.
And 1 less mic. And not real time. 4-2. Okay, good open for Kit. It is an even away score, so gammons are relevant here. So Kimon's going to play a little more aggressively for that, and Kit will have to fight for an anchor a little more than usual. No chances yet, though. Just has to play 2 down. 5s and 4s are blocked. 4-2 gets to roll the 4 prime forward. Beautiful shot. And Kit, okay, having to play a little bit deep here, too. So already under a lot of priming threat, and there can be gammons in positions like these for sure. No rush for Kimon to split by any means. Way down in the race and much better priming position. Kit's more looking like an attack. So 2 down to try to build the prime from the back seems great. 5s is way too fast again. I think the midpoint is just leaving entirely and going to the 3. And Kit will be scrambling to find an ace or a deuce to step up. 5-2 makes some good priming structure. Can't find it, so he's going to have to slot the front. Disaster game for Kit so far. 3-1 gets to slide forward and leave the back slotted. I think it's better than hitting. I'm actually not clear on that now, though. It leaves a lot of attacking potential if we don't just make the prime, so maybe, I don't know. Okay, hitting's pretty clear. 1-6, oh, there's a good reason to hit. Gonna have some awful entries. 2-6 cannot hit yet. What is it going to do? Maybe it should just run from the front? Keep pressure on all the blots that way? So we can make the bar point, but I just don't think we really need to play this safe. We've just got such command that we can play for more. Try to win a gammon in this one. 2 stepping up for sure, and the 6 gets to clean up. That's a pretty beautiful shot for Kit, actually. Best of the game so far. 6s. Okay, gets the point and take him off the edge there, yeah. And then bring covers around, sure. What is this? 2-3 gets to come in at the edge, beautiful. Double 2s can cover the back, okay. I suppose it could hit off the front. Yeah, a little bit better for gammons to do that. 6-3, no 6 available, so 3 is just burying. 5s can roll forward by pointing on the deuce. I think that's better than front loading our structure here. Howdy everyone back. Edward, Maui, and Merdad. This just looks way too hard to follow up on. I think we're going to break our 6 prime and leave shots on most rolls next roll when we play like this. Unless something really exceptional happens. So I think we're forced into this 7-2 switch even though it opens up. And the other 2 5s not as important. 6s fans. Yeah, unfortunately when we hit, I guess we preserve our opponent's structure too. That's kind of annoying. We want him to crash more. It's nice when he's in with an ace if he can't roll a 6. Five 2 wants to bring 2 in. And we've got field goal posts there with big inner gaps, so ace 6 gets to pop right out, okay. But Kimon has some structure to fix here. Is this 1-5? Okay. So yeah, awkward distribution. 1-5 gets the 6 point to break for Kit. Big improvement for Kimon. 3-1. Yeah, he gets to fill in a gap with the ace. That ace is very nice. Okay, things looking a lot better now. 4-1 gets to make the ace. Clean up the blots. 6-5 is 2 off. And we are... Kit's board not too strong, but a lot of double shots possible here too. 5-4 is one of them. I think we probably clear from the rear, but he just takes 2 off instead. Okay, interesting. 3-6 is going to hit once at least. And then continue from the back, yeah, for maximum flexibility. Okay. Can't be stuck behind the structure or gets double shots or something, I guess. I don't know. 6-1 hits. Yeah, why not? We have to leave shots anyway. Probably reduces. 4s is a beautiful response. Sends a second checker back. And wow, Kid has some chances to win this with a 3-point board now, having sent 2 back. Needs to find a way to cover the outfield here, I do believe. This is so tricky to figure out how to bring this home, though. It's like containment, we're usually playing pretty loose and leaving blots everywhere in the outfield and just trying to get the double shot. But it's a lot different when we need to save a gammon and we've already crashed to the 3-point board and our wins are a little weak. He's going to need to find ways to balance safety for sure. Since his opponent still has a 3-point board with the potential of making a 4-point board as well.
I think you go to the 13 point for sure. Doesn't really want to stay back on the line.
All right, so he maximizes outfield coverage with that play. Seems pretty reasonable. 6-1 might end up getting attacked behind now. No, okay, it's actually a big mistake to do this. That's interesting. We don't want a third blot involved. That might help him get home to safety, I guess, but I would have thought this helped us win some gammons, and it does, just not at the expense of too many wins. Okay, so at pure gammon go, I think that would have been okay, but this is a little bit different of a score. Gammons aren't worth the full 1 point. Kit's going to come out for coverage. Ooh, 4s is beautiful for Kimon. Probably just stay linked and come all the way because they can't cover the ace. So I think they should just move as a pair. Decent number of gammons here too. Still on the table. Especially on a really awkward fan from Kit. Okay, this is going to leave some contact. 15 is going to come around. And so there'll be some hits with 6s. I guess Kimon's going to have to volunteer shots a lot of the time. Or 2 is a good example. Maybe it just clears the 6-point. I don't think it wants to leave the double shot. It's going to leave an ace to make the board. Oh, that's an interesting idea too. Yeah, I think this feels like the human play. Hard to find the bot one there. And Kit will be happy to stay for contact now. So I guess he'll slot the 6-point. Could slot the 4 as well. Either way. Oh, both outside is best somehow. I'm not sure why. 6-4 gets to cover the ace. Of all the forced hits, that's a pretty nice one. Yeah, it was not forced. He didn't have to hit, but there's less shots if he does. 4s is a pretty good response. Still some winning chances here. Kit's meant to just clean up both blots and try to scramble around. So hard to make these kinds of decisions once we've trashed our board, but got to stick to the plan and just get lucky there. Yeah, containment makes a lot of sense too. So understand why he's doing that, but it takes the pressure off the blot on the 11, I guess. 6-5 is going to bring that home now. Probably needs to come in deep to keep more contact, I would think. Not sure why he would want to enter higher instead. Yeah, that would be my idea as Kimon as well. 5-2 can play past with the front one, bury another checker and just wait. 8 away, Kimon's going to have to come to us a lot. And 3-2 can't get past, so I think Kimon's going to stay put as well and just play 5-2-3-1. Oh, interesting. He comes out into direct contact instead. Okay. Well, that's going to give Kit some big opportunities to maybe hit. Nope, doesn't get to there. So he gets to spend his pips more efficiently as a result. And actually not that big of a favorite. 75-25. Kit's got a lot of winning chances here. And Kimon's got to perform to save this match yet. He's done well enough with those. Kit hasn't rolled the sets. Okay, that'll lock it up. 2's not quite enough. I guess it does gain a roll. 2 more sets. That's not going to be enough. And so on to post Crawford we go. 1 away, 5 away. This is going to be an automatic take score, meaning that Kimon can always has an automatic double after if he wants it. But it's going to be so hard to lose his market that he might choose to wait until Kit has a more difficult decision. All that Kit risks in taking is the free drop. So he can take all the way down to like less than 5%. 4-2 for Kit, wins the opening roll. And Kimon will play a little bit of the trick. So he'll split past here. (5-2), probably with the better board. We already unstacked the 6, but I think the tempo still looks good here. Interesting. I would have thought 2, but splitting a little bit better. Just 13-8 for distribution is very nice. Did he get a fan out of it? Nice. 3-2 can cover. And 3-1 does not fan, but it's not a terribly good entry. Where is the ace going to be? I guess we can duplicate 6s and play 10-9, huh? Not good news when you're duplicating 6s in the opening. 3-1, we can save gammons by making an anchor, but I don't think we need to play so tight. Maybe that's actually okay here. Do we really want to give up the 8 to hit? I don't know if it gains enough. If gammons counted for everything, maybe, but I think probably just the solid anchor is a very good way to progress this home. Yeah, we bring too many gammons into the game when we play down and hit. Interesting. We definitely win more. It's the DMP play, too. The up and hit, okay. And he got a fan out of it. Okay, this is going to win a ton. 3-2, I think, is going to prefer to hit another checker, but it can make the 5 point. I'm really not sure about that. That's tough. Quickly makes the 5. Another gammons kind of play, I guess. And Kimon is not able to improve on his position whatsoever. The 3-4 doesn't look like it can hit, but it can make the anchor. Or just bring ammunition in, okay. Tons of options, yeah. Actually making the anchor seems to be the weakest by quite a bit. Kimon's ready to double, okay. Kit's gonna take. 3-5 anchors up. Beautiful roll for Kimon. Stuck hitting loose on the 4. It's something. I'm glad I caught him doubling there because I wouldn't have expected it coming. That would have been easy to miss with the transcription. Kit just trying to make progress towards home with the 25 pip lead. 2's going to cover, 1's going to have to slot somewhere. Why not? Kimon with the game with the anchor, though. 4-6 probably just comes home to safety. And Kit still has the 4-point board to protect him for a little bit, but this 4-3 is going to be enough to have plenty of play for Kimon. Not worried about hitting now. 5-2 can't run. 4-2 probably has to play, but has to leave a direct no matter what. Oh, it doesn't have to leave a direct no matter what. Yeah, this is probably better. 6-2 reaches if it wants, or it can make the 5 prime. More gammons when you hit, though, I think. So maybe I would go for that. I don't know. They're very close. Does win a bit too much to pass up making the 5 prime here. Confusing one at the score for sure, though. Goes for the hit instead. wants the 4 points. 3-5 is going to enter. The 5 is not fun. I guess that's coming out to the bar point. Wow, the 13 to 8 is an option too. How is that? There's 5 duplication a little bit. I don't know. I don't see it. Feels like you have to have one less blot. I guess this keeps 2 anchors slotted. All right, 5 prime this time. And how does Kit follow up? He can cover and hit. It'd be nice to come out with the 6, but I think we got to use it to cover here. He's still going to need a few more miracles to win this game. Step up to the edge with an ace and then escape with 2 6s, and Kimon's going to come in a little too fast. I'm not sure he even wanted to here, really. Leave some shots. Aces are duplicated, so I guess it's fine. 5-4 is just playing in safe.
I'm gonna go with that place you recommended.
Yeah.
Can I bring you back something?
Oh yeah, I might actually go there right after this too. 6-2 is going to send a 3rd checker back. Yeah. All right. Kimon's in good shape to roll forward to a pure DMP game now. Beauty. I guess there are a few backgammons for the match here. 4-1, why not come out for mobility? Make sure we don't get in any 3 prime issues there. 6 can come down, I guess. Or, yeah, sure. More ways to attack on the ace here when he enters. 4-4. That almost works. One more and we'd be good. Six 4 gets to close out.
Put in a checker between them, right?
Yeah. 6-2 now. Okay, avoids the double 6s shot lever. 4-3 with 3 up. I don't think he has to play too hard. Just has to go for maximum safety here for the gammon. 3-1, 2 off. Not so safe that he should clear there, I guess. But 5-4. I think he's going to clear from the rear instead of peeling. But those are actually really close now. Nearly tied. 6-1. All right, there's going to be Kit's chance maybe here for anything that doesn't contain a deuce or an ace. Ace up. That's going to fix the distribution. He needs to spend at least one of them, but maybe he could take 2 checkers off too. Try to win some backgammons for the match. Okay, plays a little safer. Gets another fan. And 4-1 is clearing. That would have cleaned up a lot nicer if we went for the backgammon. 4-3 is 1 in. And a 2 up is safe, okay. Still some sets to leave a shot next roll. 5-4 brings in 2. Still some chance for the backgammon, but Kit should have enough time to get off it. Oh, 5s is going to threaten. Okay. Some aces miss poorly too. That can happen. 3-2, okay, as long as he dodges 2s or better. He's going to be alive for a one away game. That's fun.
Oh, Kimon's playing great.
And on we go to the final game of the match. Very well played match between both of them. Close one. Some small break before DMP here, I guess. And then I will be on a, I think, commentary break until doubles. So I can eat some dinner and such. Got about an hour from now. Take a short walk in the cold all over Jamaican. I am so cold in here today, though.
Yeah,
My hands are chilly.
I didn't put on the hoodie. It was warm. It's a 500 below.
I didn't. I'm still cold. This is just a coin flip. Let's just go get dinner. Why do I need to commentate this one?
Sam, you want to sit in? You got to do the transcription of that.
I know. I like him to pistol. He wouldn't need this guy.
Oh, thank you.
He's play better.
He's learning.
He's very.
What'd you say? I gotta play better.
You played good not getting back in. It was a threat.
That was a very real threat, yeah.
Is that Chris Lloyd logo a newer logo? Or is that?
I don't know the history of the Chris Lloyd
Should I see?
logo.
Not much good. Huh? Not much.
Kids disappointed with his 4.29.
What'd you say?
Looks like you had a couple bad takes in there.
Well, one I know about, which is something I'll take in
Yeah.
again. No, it's just type of position. I know it's not a take, but I'll take it.
Huh.
The other one, what's the other one? I wonder. What the other one was? Oh, I know. Oh, I know what the other one was.
Oh, Kimon's back at the table, waving to the camera. Oh, waving to you.
You're hardwired or Wi-Fi? Computer hardwired or Wi-Fi?
Oh, I'm
Looks like
Wi-Fi.
you're
Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, the stream's pretty good. No quality issue.
No, I think the stream's been good. No one's told us if it's crappy. Here we go, DMP. No cube, no gammons, just wins. 3-1's a good start anyway. 5-2. I think we still make the. Oh, look at this, or 3-2. Yeah. So we do make the major split now, I guess, at DMP. I wasn't sure about that. I know usually we try not to provoke gammons when they count. 6-1 gets the split itself. Double twos can hit and make the 4. Seems pretty strong. Yeah, I don't know why we would play passive here and let our opponent attack all these kinds of things. 4-2. Breaking the 8's hard, but yeah, what else do we have? Everything else leaves more shots. Look at this. We actually can just step up. I think I would have hit. I think it's Kit's style to hit for sure, too. 6 is fans, okay. And now everything hits and covers. Oh, except the 4-1. 4-1's probably just going to cover twice. I guess it can step up 23 to 22. Oh, we should play down and focus on interesting, okay. Yeah, I guess we don't have much material down there yet, yeah. And the back checkers are okay already.
Avoids the double 1 point number.
This is interesting.
Covering anything else is pretty close.
He's putting a lot of thought into this one. I guess he has some clock time left, so why not? Yeah, this is a way to do it too. 3-2. Doesn't get to come in there. Is he going to be forced to attack or make the anchor? I think anchor feels like a gammon-oriented play, and we're just going to win more if we go for the attack. So I think, yeah, entering high and hitting seems quite reasonable here. Only 8 in the zone for now, too, so we're not about to get blown off the board. Still make an anchor later.
Wow.
2-4 can't hit. Can't do much of anything. I guess it's just going to clean up 8-4. And we'll see if Kimon can come up with some way to make some priming value there, covering the 5 pretty strong. But needs to protect himself from the attack here as well. Yeah, 13. I'm surprised 13-9 is so close. It feels like a pretty giant overplay. I'm not sure why we want to create a 6 for him to hit.
Can you close it or?
It gets a little worse, but it's close.
Super close.
6-5. Can't cover, but it can get around the bend.
Maybe it's just a classic case of games don't matter. That's why you're
3 hits. The 4, I guess, gets to play down pretty comfortably now. Yeah, nice shot for him. It could keep running, huh? But yeah, I just don't see why we'd rather be out there. Rather be hitting board if we get returns from the bar. So big advantage for Kit now. 2s can... Is it getting too dangerous to hit loose? Maybe. Maybe just making the 11s a little bit more prudent here. No, we should keep going for it, yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about the switch.
It's only 26 back. That's good for me.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been a very interesting DMP game where they keep getting to make very aggressive plays that you wouldn't see at normal scores at all year. It's an option at least, not finding all of them because they don't look very, just not natural. Yeah, he does look at the switch. But yeah, this is going to prevent our opponent from making the bar, from making the 3, from making the anchor, all sorts of things, right? So tempo helps out a lot. And typically what it risks is just a lot more gammons when we could have made something more solid that stayed in the game that way, you know, at less risk. Kimon has enough clock to give some time to this last game of the match.
Down to a minute and a half.
All right. Three 3-1. Leaves Kit with decisions. Anchoring seems a little more valuable than the 3-point here, though. Yeah, Kimon has very real offense if he can close the 5-point. So I think we need to lock that up in front of the 4-point immediately. And Kimon looking for a fly shot, doesn't get it, but he does get to make the anchor. That's a lot of play. And we end up in a mutual holding game anyway. 3-1 gets to make the blocking point. Beautiful. Fairly close race, but a little bit of advantage for Kit. 5-2, I think we're just making simple plays into the 6. And 3-1, we can put another spare on the 9. Everything's getting easy now. 2-1 slots the next point. And both just waiting on their set. Reducing some context here, what do we want to do? We could play 9-5 and keep 6s blocked. 6s are a game winner. 5s don't get all the way, so I think we're in the right spot with our anchor here. Oh, very interesting. I'm surprised we want to volunteer as 6. How do we do this? I guess it's a solid, it's going to leave us most flexible afterward as part of it? Seems very strange to me.
Volunteering also slots at 5'.
Yeah, okay. Rory points out that we are slotting a 5' by leaving the distribution the way it suggests.
Still best.
That's still a very difficult one for me to find. I can't imagine doing that.
I like your play.
Either one of these seem fine. 5-2 can cover and play to the 4, I guess. We could also make the ace and save some pips outside, but maybe the purity is going to matter here. He is going to go for the ace. Or he's going to look at it. Oh, yeah. That's going to cost him a lot of bank to throw the checker on the floor. Got to be careful about that. 6-5. This can link up with the 9 points. See, this is also why we should keep the 9. So we can get there from the 20, right?
There you go.
I think everything else is like sufficiently shot leaving and destructive that we just have to go for it. Oh, wow. I'm surprised the 13-2. That's pretty close, though.
Oh yeah, it was.
He was going to get attacked there a lot, so interesting. I think this is the 8 or the 9.
Or what about just
Either is fine. Just slotting is good, too, though.
2 down?
8 doesn't stack up points as much. Slots a point at least.
Everything's close.
Running is reasonable too from the butterfly.
It's
Yeah,
crazy. Everything's close.
everything's
Wow.
okay.
Can't make
Short
a
advantage is blunder.
Huh?
Short advantage is blunder.
Running out of time to deal with all these options. Seems to find the best of it here though too. 2s are duplicated with covers. Okay. And 2-6. So is it going to be comfortable hitting, or should it just be patient and play into the 5 here? Not sure. I see. Yeah, just plays into the 5. Misses that opportunity. I think I could have been tricked with that too. 6-4. Playing behind. Okay.
That's good.
And 2-1. Slows down. Covers.
Double ones.
Looks like he's playing it as though it's double ones. Yeah. Yeah, I think we want to keep the highest points possible blocked. Oh, interesting. Why do we shift to the 7? Must be some good reason for that. Flexibility next roll. I don't know.
Well, forced. Yeah.
Yeah, 6 is forced.
And then the 4 slots.
Well, 4 just keeps going. Why not?
Oh, it's not a direct. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I looked at it.
But Kit would like to slot as well. Keep some more outfield coverage is a reason to be out there, I guess.
Actually,
Yeah, 3-2 as
second pass might not be right.
we're hitting for sure. We're down in the race, so we have to try.
Yeah, the big play's right. By a lot. Let's go for the win.
When you're missed, it works well. 3-6 fans, and yeah, now Kimon in the driver's seat. Covers with the 2 and the 6 in, not so bad. Only 4s and 5s to escape. 5-6 is going to hit another one. Okay. That's going to about decide it. Oh, we were on double 5s the other way. 4-2 gets to hop out. Last little bit of priming threat gone. 6-3 can't close out though. Well, the 3 in, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I suppose so. 6s is going to leave a shot. That's fun. It's never easy. 5-2 misses. Okay. Doesn't always clean up. Yeah, the 5-3 does.
Kimon. Stop.
Looking for a big set for a shot. This is going to even out perfectly. Yeah, beautiful roll for Kimon.
Kimon plays like a genius and wins.
For 1 only enters 1.
He's still half a pip, it looks like.
And there we go. That'll be enough to resign it. And so Kimon's going to advance. I'm going to go get dinner. We'll be back for more soon. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Let's see. I'm going to send matches around, too.
We're going to get some dinner, some jerky, Jamaican.
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Good, man.
Do you stop the stream or you go to ride?
I'm going to go talk to Mr. Benjamin Friesen about that.
I played earlier. Jackpot. And lost
Looks like I have them both.
11-10.
No, you're good. You're good. All right. Unplugging the mic. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back soon. Yeah.